No, as in like recorded real time. So as I speak
He
right
records
now,
a class and then hosts it on YouTube.
yeah, and
Okay.
as I'm recording, it's being sent to YouTube, so you
Yeah.
guys can watch. Yeah.
Cool.
What I mean?
Oh, so it's live streaming on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, don't worry. Like, there's no like
Well,
crowd
that's
or
good to
anything.
know too. If for some reason you can't connect the teams, you can at least email you and say, "Hey, I'm watching on YouTube."
Actually, you can go to the link I sent there right now, and then open the playlist, and then click on the live video that's there, so you can see that it's actually
Yeah.
being recorded. Yeah,
So millions of people can be watching.
millions, all the millions of ants that could be
I
watching
think big. I
online.
think big.
Because Harold be so famous. Uh,
Harold will be famous then.
oh, thank you very much. I look forward to it.
Pardon me, Harold.
Yes. Hello.
Just letting
Rob.
you know. Yes.
Yeah.
Just letting you know. I worked Monday and Tuesday nights, so I'm gonna have to leave class like 30 minutes early.
Okay, no worries. Just give me a quick message before you head out, I guess. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Thanks, Rob. Thanks for letting me know. I'm at Ethan now. Ethan, there's a lot of you guys. Did Lucas come in? Lucas Dunaway. Lucas Dunaway.
I don't see a Lucas on the
No,
list.
Lucas. Leandro's here.
Leandro's on the list.
Yeah.
There's
Nicholas. Yeah, that's Nico. Yeah.
Nico, yeah.
Joseph Shannon.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello. Makia Willis.
Hello.
Hello. And Michael's here.
Yeah.
Michael Zeslak. So cool. Last name's so cool, man. You know what it means? What does it mean? Do you have a?
I have no idea.
Okay, it just sounds cool.
Yeah, it's I know more about my mom's than my dad. My dad's I don't like my actual last name. I don't know. I don't even know if it's the actual last name because when people would come over from Ukraine, the lettering is different. So they'd see it on there, they'd make whatever English version they want. And sounds similar, and I have no idea what the actual Ukrainian name was.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's one of those weird things that because they got a few extra.
But
Yeah, mom's side I have a bit better understanding Spallettini. The teeny portion is basically saying people from an area, like from a region. And there is a region in Italy called Spoleto. So
People from
Spallettini
Spoleto.
was people from Spoleto.
Yeah. Easy enough.
Which it's kind of funny because the province my grandpa was from was nowhere near Spoleto. So it migrated over the centuries, but
yeah, must be a visitor.
Yeah.
He's a visitor.
Yeah. Or an exile.
Yeah, one of those.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, guys, we got everybody here. We're missing Lucas, but I think that's it. So if Lucas walks in, let me know. Anybody? All right, what we're gonna cover today, you guys, is basics of lights in Maya. Before I proceed, those guys or whoever finished their assignment, please upload your assignments in your Google Drive folder that you created. So I mentioned last week that the way we're submitting assignments, at least for my class, is you'll just be making a lighting texturing folder in Google Drive, and then within that main folder, you'll have subfolders. You'll have a total of six assignments, and then the final project. So you can create that. I mean, you could always create folders as you go as well. That's not a problem. But what's most important is you create that main folder. So that main folder will be called Lighting Texturing Fall 2021 or something like that. Come up with something specific and then write your name as well. Have your name as part of that folder. And then share me the link to that folder. That way, it's just the same link. I can refer to that link. I don't have to keep pestering you for the same link. And then when you share me that link, I'll just open that link. Every time there's a new assignment, new project, or what have you that I need to look at, and we can both refer to that same link. But otherwise, so I'm here. Yeah. I started from the top there, Claire. I just did the attendance real quickly, but yeah, I got you there. But yeah, if you do have any questions regarding the submissions or anything like that, then please let me know. Then we can check your assignment. If you do have a late assignment, I just want to let everybody know that it's a deduction of 10% each week, with the exception, of course, of certain cases. I don't know your cases, so if you did not explain to me what happened, why you missed it, all these things, then I can't do anything for you, right? So just anyway, let me know.
Like in Nick's case, he missed the class, so an extension is kind of warranted there.
That's fine that's fine as well. So so let me know. Yeah,
I'll figure it out if we can.
Okay, not a problem there, Nico. All right.
Is there a way that we can verify whether you've received the files, or like short of having you go through and check everybody's folder, which is not really feasible?
I would have to do that anyway. So if I do have a question when I am marking it, then I'll go ahead and check. I'm just gonna assume that everybody sent their their folders to me. What I usually do is, if you didn't, there's a lot of you guys here. I think 20 something. I don't quite remember the exact number, but there's quite a few of you.
The participant list is long, so
yeah. And I usually will personal message. So for example, if I'm going through your assignments and I don't find your name, I don't find the link in the email, I don't find your link, in the PM or even the fall lighting texturing group, then I would give you some kind of email, and then that's where I would reach you via the email list. And then I'll follow up. But if I still don't get a response, well, I'm gonna maybe send you a follow-up. If I don't, then third time I probably will just be like, okay, they're probably busy with something else. I'm just gonna assume if you don't communicate. So that's just the case, you guys. So if I don't hear anything from you,
just one email list to make sure we can get communication.
That's right. And I'll also maybe even send messages here on the MS Teams via the main group. So if I don't have your link, I'll ask you. So I'll be pretty vocal about it. I won't be like, announcing it or anything like that.
Because I need to get like 2 or 3 weeks in and then find out that the link didn't work on your end.
Oh, no. I'll get that in. I'll hunt you down if I need to get that in. It's my responsibility.
On my end, it's working. I can't see your end. That's the thing.
So. There's also certain cases too, you guys, where somebody will send an email to me with the link, and it turns out that the link, I should say permission you guys sent me is only for viewing or only for editing, or I can't even. It's private completely, and I can't view it. That's when I'll reconfirm with you guys if the link is working. Anyways, the link that you sent me is working. So because
you have to change the share settings on the folder as well to make sure that everything works. And
in the first second week is usually the time to figure that out, right? So if any of you guys are in doubt and as to how to do that, ask me. We could always go back to the first week recording as well to show you how that works. So that's not a problem. There's Lucas. There's Lucas. Hello. No problem.
So we got a full class.
Full class, man. This is actually really impressive.
I think that's the first time. I started in 2019.
There you go.
This is the first time.
That there's been a
full class.
and perfect attendance. So yeah, and that's great. We got all the sheep in the pen, so we can get going now. All right, everybody. So what we're gonna do today is, so if you have your Maya, your Autodesk Maya ready, just fire it up. Have it loaded. So while I'm chatting, it's all loaded up and everything like that. But what we're gonna talk about today is just the basics of lights, and you're gonna notice from what I said last week, you're gonna notice we're gonna jump between sort of the idea of texturing and then lighting, and then at some point we're gonna merge the two together, and then we get to create some things that are sort of more interesting. So basics of lights, and we're gonna show you how to set it up for interior and exterior lights. But last week you were able to create something called an AI area light, and that is the main light that you're going to be creating, or you're going to be using to create your light setups. However, you're not limited to just a simple AI area, but you can use other forms as well, and then we're going to go ahead and cover that today. But just some idea of or like the back the mindset behind the lighting. And I'm sure Nico, if he works with lighting guys in film sets, like he'll understand like how some of this stuff works. Now the same thing is transferable, right, from practical to CG. It's just that in the CG world you just have more control, right, as to how the lights will perform. The only tricky thing is just there's a little technical knowledge that you do have to obtain before you have a full sort of grasp as to how the lighting will work. But I hope you will have fun today setting up lights and messing around with the lights in Maya. So yeah, buckle up. So first thing that I want to look at is the Kelvin scale, and the Kelvin scale looks like this, and it starts from really 0 all the way up to however high you want to go, but this is the sweet spot, right, from 1,000 to 12,000. And there's a reason why there's a scale, because light has temperature. When you look around outside or inside, you'll notice that your certain lights that you have certain color temperatures. One is yellower than another, one is cooler than another. And so in CG, we mimic this type of behavior as well. And we input these temperatures in our lights in order to achieve something, realistic looking. So here are some values that will match certain light types. For example, starting from the top, 1700 a Kelvin, that would be around similar to a match flame. Then going down to the center, around 5,000, you're looking at around like a horizon day, daylight type of color temperature. And then you go all the way down to 15K. Now you're looking at clear blue sky, and maybe that's what you want with your lighting temperature. So you can use this type of chart to precisely figure out what kind of lighting temperature you like. And so here's another example here, right? Just to show you. You can even wiki this and then have a look, Google it, have a look, and use that as your reference, right? A lot of the Kelvin scales, you're going to realize they sort of hang in between 4,000 to about 7,500. In extreme outdoor situations, then you're going to go all the way up to maybe 8 or 10K. But a lot of the indoor situations really just hang between sort of 4,000 to about 7,000 or 8,000. If you are making the light situations where the environment is really moody and there's a lot of emotion and drama in that lighting situation, then you might want to go a little warmer, right? And then now you're playing around with like 1,800 all the way to about 3,500, right? But anyway, check out the color temperature chart, the Kelvin temperature temperature chart, and you'll be able to kind of figure out, what would work for you, right? So now we're gonna cover that, and we're gonna figure out, okay, how would that work? Okay, so here in my Autodesk Maya, let's go ahead and make some kind of plane, okay? And this is just gonna be the ground, so don't worry about it. If you don't really want to make a plane, you just follow along if you like, but or listen, it's all good. Now to create a light, again, we go to our Arnold menu. I'm in the modeling tab, by the way. So Arnold, and then you want to go to lights, and then create an area light. Okay. So again, Arnold lights, area lights. Let's go ahead and create that. Now you'll see that I've created now a light. I just isolated it, so that's why the plane disappeared there. In my outliner here, you'll see that I've created an AI area light 1. All right, awesome. Now let's analyze this light very quickly. If you notice that it's actually like a square-looking geometry, it looks like some kind of curve or something like that, or locator. It is the case because it wants to be just a source, so it's very light for the scene. But where it becomes really heavy is when you start tuning all these settings and rendering it. So anyway, this is just a locator. This is just an indicator that you've created a light. There's something that you'll notice here with this light though. So I'm just gonna go ahead and move this up like this. So you have the flat side, right? And you have this line that's sticking out from one of the sides. So this line is the indicator of light direction. So meaning, if this point here in the middle is sort of like the base of the light, that's where it starts. This line is the direction. Okay. You may scale this light, right? You may move this light around like this and rotate its angle so it's pointing or aiming at a specific subject. You may move it away from the subject, right? Or closer. It's up to you. Okay. But the two things to keep in mind is that you can scale it, okay, and rotate it and point this line towards your subject, and then it'll create a light for you. So anyway, what I'm gonna do here is, I'm gonna scale this up to 5, like so, and I'm gonna reset its rotations like this. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get it to face down like that. So now it's at 90 degrees at rotation X, and we're just gonna move it up like this. Okay, so now it's gonna be sort of pointing pointing down. Let's move that again. There you go. Okay, so to render something, or to check out what's going on here, you want to go to Arnold, and then open Arnold render view. So this will allow you to do instant preview render, and that's IPR if you're not familiar with IPR. So instant preview render will allow you to move your camera around, change your settings, and then it'll render real time for you. So let's go ahead and open that. So Arnold, open Arnold render view. Okay. So currently, just by default, I have a preset, I believe, of 540, I think. But let's see what will happen here. I just want to go ahead and hit this start IPR at the top right. It looks like a play button. So start instant preview render, and then see what happens. So I'm currently using, at the top here, you'll see the Arnold render view. So this render view will allow you to change cameras, like which cameras you want to work with, what from which angle this specific camera is coming from, what kind of render pass you're in. But all of that's just kind of fancy talk. All you really have to worry about at the moment is just at the top right, there's the play button. Hit the play button, right, and then see what happens. So currently there's nothing. It's all black. Why? Because our light is turned off. So we do have a light, but there's no value in it. So let's go ahead and hit stop, top right of the Arnold render view. Okay, I'm gonna minimize this guy, and he'll disappear for a moment. Now, if I select my AI area here, I can go to my attributes and your attribute editor lives here on the right-hand side. Or you can press this button up here. So this will allow you to show and hide your attribute editor. So you'll see here, if I hover my mouse over, you'll get this description. Okay, so with my AI area selected here, you can also select it in the outliner, just letting you know. Remember, we never change the intensity. Okay, we never touch this. You just leave intensity alone. Okay, because and what you do is you increase the exposure value. What's really confusing? Nick, yes. Do you have a question?
Just when do you start recording, or do you do it after?
I know I'm recording already. I've been recording for the past half hour.
Never mind.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm used to seeing the red light. I guess you did the different way. Okay.
Yeah. I usually don't record via MS Teams because what happens if I record via MS Teams? It's gonna be low quality anyway, and the audio's terrible. The video's terrible. It's choppy. It takes forever to get a download sometimes. It does download, but then you get low quality, and then you upload it on YouTube, and then YouTube will do its own conversion. Then you lose more quality. So. Yeah.
My bad. Copy that.
Yeah. So it's just, it's not gonna work as well. But yeah, for my class, it's a bit of a bonus really for everyone, because you can watch it 1080p resolution. So and good audio as well, and it's not choppy, very smooth. So you guys get the benefit of that. All right. So with this, select the AI area lights, and what you want to do is you want to change the exposure. Now, why this is the case? Now, when they made this, I'm requesting that they'll switch to 2. There might be problems if they do switch the terminology, but intensity should really be the slider that they're increasing. However, the way it works with film is that you never touch the exposure, right? You always leave the exposure at 1, and then you increase the intensity. But the way they built the lights in Arnold is that the intensity is the exposure, and then the exposure is the intensity. So really, they had the 2 mixed up. That's how I would, present it to the public, because that's how the public knows how to use exposure, and that's how the public knows how to use intensity. Now, for this example, what we're gonna do is we're gonna increase our exposure. Okay, we're gonna start with a value. You can start with any value, but I like to do 5s and 10s. I'm just gonna do 10 for now. Remember, I'm not touching intensity. I'm leaving intensity because intensity is the equivalent of exposure. Okay, we don't want exposure. Just leave that constant of 1. And then you want to increase your intensity via exposure. Confusing, but just mess around with exposure and it should be okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to open our Arnold render view now. And then let's see if we can render something out here. The top right, hit the play button. And then there you go. So now you have a light, right? You can increase this exposure. You can just keep playing this. Change the exposure up to 12 and see what happens. So now you see that the brightness has increased, right? 15, right? So that might be too bright. So maybe 13, right? Something like that would work. Now, to turn color temperature on, you want to go ahead and tick this checkbox. So let's go ahead and left click on this. Okay. So now it's at 6500 by default. So you're looking at around like a daylight looking light. So similar to what I have here on my setup. But if you notice, if I took this slider and shifted it to the left, oh, oops, that's the wrong one. 13. Took this temperature slider and shoved it to the left, it'll start to become more red, right? So we said that a candle flame would be around 1800. Okay, so it'll look like that. So now you're getting a warmer light. So let's go ahead and kind of frame that there. Now, if I took the temperature all the way to the other end, so now we're looking at around 15,000. So let's try 15,000. Okay, now you're looking at clear blue skies. All right. So the reality is you're gonna be playing around between those two values, right? So it's something maybe a little cooler, a little warmer, something like that, right? When you are building your lights. Why this is the case is because we're trying to figure out whether it's indoor or outdoor. Okay, and usually indoor lights, Indoor lights are warmer, and then outdoor lights are colder. It just depends on time, right? And which time of the day it is. And also the type of light you're trying to create indoors. What kind of temperature does it give off? Okay, so now that you know how to turn that on in the AI standard, let's keep going with our slide. Any questions with light temperatures at all? Anyone want to bring up any questions before we proceed? Okay, awesome. So now you gotta figure out, when you're creating lights, you gotta figure out, okay, am I making an outdoor light or am I making an indoor light? A lot of the times when you're lighting your scenes, if you're gonna be an environment artist, if you're gonna be a lighting artist, or you're lighting for games, you gotta figure out, okay, are you doing outdoor lighting or indoor lighting? And then from there you could choose your light types as well as your temperatures and even intensities. Okay, so figure out which one you're doing, outdoor or indoor, maybe both. And you get to choose what type of lights you're going to be messing around with. So outdoor lights, very common, moonlight or sunlight. There's also street lamps as well. So consider that. There's other lights that you may see at night, headlights, right? Even other cool lighting scenarios that's for outdoors. So think about that as well, right? When you're lighting outdoors. So let me ask you this. What time of day do you think this is? Anyone? You can type it. Yeah, evening. And so
it's definitely sunset. Sunrise is a different color.
Right. So sunset, that's right, Davey. And for those who were thinking sunset, it is sunset. Okay. Because when it's sunset, the tone is a little bit cooler. Okay. Whereas the sunrise, okay, will have a little bit more warmth to it. Now, really, maybe the camera here has some faults and like it wasn't color graded properly. Maybe that will sway your decision, but your intuition even will tell you that this here would be an afternoon to evening type of light scenario. You've seen it, we've seen it, I've seen it, you've seen it many times, right? And your intuition will tell you like, yeah, this here is about that time. Okay, compared to something like this. Okay, what do you think this is? Is afternoon or morning? Anyone?
It's probably afternoon. It could be early morning too. Well, not early, but
yeah,
somewhere between around 10 and 2.
Right. And we're looking at, I don't know the particular angle of the light, right? We're looking, it's clearly angled, but we don't know where it's coming from. But you could be looking at around 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And that is exactly the case. And why this would tell you is because of the light intensity and the intensity of the sun as it sort of hits the image here. All right, so something like this, right, could be either or. Okay, this could either be sunrise or sunset, just because of the fact that the shot is right on the sun, and we don't really know. But you know what? Maybe it is a setting sun. We don't know. Maybe it is, and that gives you a good idea because of the sun position. Okay, so what about this? What do you guys think this lighting time would be during the outdoor this outdoor scenario? What is it?
Probably late afternoon, because that shadow it's not near noon because the shadow wouldn't be as big. You can't see what's casting it, but
yeah,
it would have to be late because something on the horizon is stretching a long shadow, but it's not dusk.
Yeah, it's not quite dusk, so we could assume that it's probably past noon or before noon. just because of how heavy that shadow is.
Yeah,
You
it would have to be well before, like it'd be like an hour after sunrise or an hour before sunset.
right,
Like just after it's cleared the horizon and it's no longer the reddish colors,
right, and
or
really what you
just
can,
before it starts dipping.
yep. What the biggest indicator of this is not only just the shadow, but also the temperature. So the more light or the more neutral colored it is, the more it sort of heads towards the noon time. Okay, we don't know the exact time, but it starts to head towards that noon time ish because it's again very hot. Uh, stark shadow, harsh, and as well as there's a lot less kind of blue to this, very white. So, it gives you
Yeah,
a
well, like I
good
said, the
idea.
only reason I'm thinking later is because that long shadow in the
Long
middle of
shadow. Yeah.
if it's noon, the sun's overhead.
It would have to be way overhead.
So you wouldn't have that big long shadow like that unless it was something above.
Right. Unless it's like a
If there,
huge
if there
cloud.
was,
Yeah.
if there was like
Yeah.
a big mothership hanging above there, that would be noon. But that
Yeah.
has to be late in the afternoon or early in the morning.
Right.
Not dawn or dusk, but like
Yeah. Like
after the sun's
it's
fully in
up.
the sky,
Yeah.
but just barely.
Yeah. With clear skies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
Well, you can see it's a clear sky too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's yeah, you got enough, indicators here, right, to tell you, to give you a good judge as to what this could possibly be. This one here, it's clearly, either super early morning before even sunrise or just after the sunset, right?
Yeah.
It's clear the light is gone, right?
Yeah,
And
you're like
it's
minutes before it ends or minutes after it started.
after it starts. That's right. And then you can see it there, like the nice fog that just separates the mountain,
Yeah.
right, and the the night sky there. So it's really nice. This here is a little bit tricky because this one has something called overcast. So you guys have seen overcast before. Why overcast is so good for photographers and cinematographers, anyone who shoots video, is because there are no shadows. As much as possible to eliminate shadow, you want overcast, and you want to have that shadow gone, right? As much as possible blurred. You'll see there, like in certain areas, in pockets, you'll have some harsher shadows, especially objects that are right next to other objects. You'll see harder shadows, but like for example this wall here at the top left, but because it's so overcast, you have such soft shadows, and that's why people love taking pictures here. Not only overcast allows shadows to be softer, but it makes the colors pop even more. So greens will look green and reds will look red, and it just looks so clean. Such a very presentable, very sort of camera friendly lighting situation. All right, so that was outdoor lights, and now we'll move on to indoor lights. A lot of them are electrically powered, so you want to think of these type of lights when you're setting up. It would be incandescents or fluorescence or LEDs. Now there's just the three different types. Why this is the case is because incandescents are warmer, fluorescents or halogens are cooler or colder colors, so they're more bluish. And then LEDs can be anything, right? It could be orange, could be purple, could be very extreme colors as well. So you want to think about those indoor light types like this, right? So maybe at a special case scenario, you will have some kind of outdoor lighting that's influencing the indoor lights. So that would be at your discretion and your choice if you are going to be lighting a scene like that. Hint, hint, that might be the assignment. So that is your choice, right? How you're going to go ahead and approach that. But you see, you're looking at a couple of examples here. Both of them are, very bar-like, very like man cavey feel, right? It's got that kind of indoor playroom type of vibe, right? So it's lit this way. And what's kind of nice about this is you're seeing that there's a lot of shadowed areas, like a lot of shadow pockets. dim lights and small lights, right? And that's what's giving it that kind of I wouldn't say moody. Moody's a bit more of a vague word for this. I would say a bit more kind of mysterious or even kind of dusky, right? Add a little bit of smoke to the scene, it'll look like some kind of maybe Wild West, even kind of indoor scene, right? Gives it like a nice kind of dank look. But that would be up to you. But this here looks very clean. Got these small, more point light types that gives us this kind of look. Here's another example. This here, if you saw this, you're probably thinking this is a hotel or some kind of hotel lobby, right? Why? Well, because there's just lights everywhere. When you ever walk into like a hotel lobby, you'll see lights are everywhere, right? And what hotel lobbies like to do is they like to throw lights everywhere, like on the side, like at the top, indirect lights. They'll throw little lights, right, to show other parts of the room if they can. Not in every room, but usually on the show floor and stuff, they'll do something like this, and everything will look really elegant and shiny and high class looking. And it's the lights that's giving off that that kind of feel to even pop some of the material or textures of the objects that's present there. All right, so again, same thing, and this kind of color too, warm. It's supposed to make you feel at home, right? So if all of this was cold, like all of it was kind of white and to bluish, you wouldn't feel as cozy. But you can see here in this picture, you can see the contrast, right? The outside is bluish, right? Got the dusk kind of color, and then on the inside, it's very well lit, but warm, right? Very yellowish. And it gives that kind of home, very inviting, warm look. Now, in contrast to what was happening there, you have these lights. Okay, now these are fluorescents. Some of you know that. And now, this lighting perfectly represents industrial lights. Why? Number one, they got to keep their employees awake. Number two, if it's too warm, then it'll feel too dark. So what they would want to do is you want to get these huge lights, long fluorescents, and light up as much space as possible, right? Cover as all that floor space as possible, so you can show off some of the machines and light those dark areas, so then your employees can see sort of what's going on around the floor of the warehouse or something like that, right? You wouldn't get this kind of color temperature lighting here because of the fact that you want to keep people awake, and at the same time you want to be able to see as clear as possible. In comparison to a grocery store, right? You want as much light as possible so people will see the products. Don't you find it so strange sometimes when like a light bulb comes off in a grocery store and you're like, that's so weird, it's dark over there. Like you don't want to go in that area, or you might get curious and go to that area. But it's very seldom that you'll see a light that's out in the grocery store. At the moment a light pops out, then they'll fix it immediately because they want to show off a lot of the products, right? That's in the grocery store, right? Same thing when it comes to open houses. There's a reason why they light everything in an open house, because they want to show every nook and cranny of the place, every nook and cranny of the house that they're trying to sell. They'll open all the windows, they'll turn all the lights on, right? So the customer or whoever is purchasing the place, or whoever the prospect buyer would be, can see what is happening here in the room, and clearly do so. All right. So when you're lighting up a scene, okay, think about the story and the psychology behind that scene, and look for references like this. So, for example, if you're going to be making a warehouse, light it the way a warehouse would be. If you're going to be creating a grocery store, light the grocery store the way the grocery store would light it. overhead lights. They're never gonna have lamps in a grocery store, or they'll never have standing lamps or something beside aisle numbers. They'll never have that. It always just big overhead lights, right? I remember lighting a scene for one of the shows I was working on, and we didn't have a lighter, so it was just kind of me, and then I lit the place, and it came very close to what the client wanted. Why? Because I knew what the grocery store would look like. I knew what this corner store could look like if it was lit, by a lighter. And you can do the exact same thing. Like, that's nothing to brag about, because you can do the exact same thing. But just remember, when you are lighting a scene, think about the idea that what if I was there? What would the lights look like? And how would I light it, right? So it comes very close and represents the place that I'm trying to light. So here's another one, a boardroom. Boardrooms, usually smaller lights, right? Usually they're puck lights, and they're high at the top of the ceiling. They're hidden up there, right? You're not gonna see a long industrial fluorescent, else it's gonna be too big for the room. But you want these lights pointing at the table, pointing at the desk, possibly a TV at the back, and this kind of thing. Okay, and then in contrast with that, a parking lot. You've seen parking lots, underground parking lots, and again, you would light it the way that you would see it, or observe at least how they would light it. So if you get a lighting situation like this, this is a parking lot, but now you compare it to this. Now this looks like a dungeon, or someone's basement or something, right? And you can see, the lights are sparse. It's not quite organized. There's like one in the corner, or just like, two spread out, right? Good place to sleep. Yeah, if you want nightmares, yes, good place to sleep. And so if you are going to be making a scene like this, where it's clearly got an underground tunnel, maybe the idea is making less lights, is actually beneficial than making a bunch, right? Students always go like, I'm gonna make a tunnel or whatever. Like, okay, make a tunnel. And then they make a tunnel. And they don't light it properly. They have like maybe a number of lights all all set up in a row. I'm like, remove some lights. Maybe one of them is like flickering. The other one is completely dead, or like a few are completely dead till you get to the next area there, right? So give personality to your lighting as well, and you'll realize that will increase the product value and the production value of your scene. And then here's kind of like a just a cherry on top. It's like a mix of both. This even looks like it's Photoshop, but whatever. Like, I think it does send the idea that you can mix both. So you'll have like a patio lighting set up like this, where it's warmer, caused by these kind of portable lights, and then from a distance you get to see the horizon, and then even maybe in the sort of mid-ground, you're gonna see some buildings that are lit up by the same sort of color temperature lights that you have there in the foreground. All right. Immediately when you think about this, lounge, club, disco. That's even a word that's compatible for us nowadays. But these are all caused by LEDs, and again, LEDs, they're sort of not part of the whole incandescent fluorescent group, but they're completely separate due to the fact that they do now include color. Our generation is the RGB light generation, and we like RGB lights on everything as much as possible. But not quite me specifically, but a lot of the computer builders they do love that stuff. So that's something that we do have to keep in mind nowadays. That me, yeah, man, unicorn blood colors. Yeah, and so that's something that to keep in mind as well. If you do want to make some kind of like, say, a gamer's room or something like that, this is something that you want to look at for reference. Okay, and then just a little bit of an added bonus here. Color keys and temperatures are used in concept art. All right. because they allow you to create different moods, and you're able to relay information via just the color. So you're looking at this same render, right, on the left and even the middle, even to the right, the same subject, the same shot, the same angle or whatever, but different color keys will give you a different feel, information as to what's going on in that shot. So that's why, again, very important that you capture color temperature when you are setting up your lights for a room, whether it's an indoor room or maybe it's an outdoor, basketball court or outdoor area. Choose your lighting temperatures properly. Using cinematography as well. Now this is a bit more advanced because this would mean color grading and adding those light filters on your shots. Pushing the boundaries of color. So anyway, it's still here in cinematography used. The temperature, Kelvin temperature, is still used in cinematography as well. So it doesn't just stop with lighting, but also the actual sort of LUT that gets applied over the shot that's being made. Okay, and relative to what we were just talking about, there is our color palettes, and this will also change the mood and information that the viewer is trying to attain, right? And you as the creator, you're able to control the color palette, able to control the type of colors that you are conveying to the audience, so they get a certain feel or mood or information. Right, so here's more examples of color palettes. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to give you a link now to our Google Drive. And this link is a test scene. Share this. So if I can get everybody to now, so have your Maya open if you haven't already. Have it open, please. I'm going to go ahead and paste a link to the group. I'm going to send this as an email as well. Here is the assets. Okay, so I pasted a link there to the group. So have a look at the Google Drive there. And in there, you'll see a couple of assets. First one is a light_basic scene, and then the other one is a simple room. So the simple room will be the assignment. So you just keep that link with you, and then you can maybe download that later, or you can download it now. It's up to you, your call. But what I'd like everybody to do is to grab the light_basic scene and download that, and then open that in your Maya. Okay, and we're gonna fool around with lights, and I'm gonna show you some information with regards to some of the basics of lighting and some of the things you gotta keep in mind when you're lighting. Okay, then we're gonna fool around with the lights that I've sort of pointed out here. Okay, so you already know how to make an area light. Okay, and just to be really obvious about this, go ahead and close this now. So when you open your light basic scene, you should be able to get something that looks like this. Okay, so it should be this kind of inverted studio box, and you'll have multiple assets in the scene. Okay, and you also have one AI area light in there, and then in your outliner, if you notice your outliner here on the side, you'll have multiple lights that's already created for you. Okay, now these are lights that you can make. Okay, there's other lights that are available as well to create. However, these 5, or I should say 4 with the exception of the last one, so 5, this 5 would be the ones that you can make and are compatible with the AI Arnold renderer. Okay. So anyway, the very first one is the AI area lights. All right. And we're going to go ahead and look through this camera here. Now, to look through this camera here, what you want to do is, there's a few ways really. Select it first. Just in the viewport, select it. And then what you want to do is you want to go to the panels menu in the viewport and then select look through selected. So panels, okay, in the viewport menu, and then select look through selected. So when you do that, then you'll look through the camera and it should look like this. Okay, you don't have to move anything around, you just want to look through it. Okay. And currently, our render size is at 1920 1080, so HD. If you can render with 1920 1080 with your computer, that's great. I'd like that to be the standard for this class. If you are not able to render with 1920 1080, you can step down to 720. And I prefer that you stop at 720. That would be the lowest. And so if you want to change that down to 720, what you want to do is you want to go to your display render settings options. Okay, so again, that's this guy here. So the clapper with the gearbox at the bottom right. And then here is your render settings. If you went all the way down to the bottom here, you can see the image size tab already expanded. And then in the presets, you can choose HD 1080 or left click on the preset, and then you can choose HD 720. Okay, either or. So HD 720 or 1080. If you are feeling a bit bold and you're like, oh, that's too small, then yeah, you could do 3K, 3K or 2K. But with let's say 2K, you will have to input it in manually, and that would be 2560 by 1440. And then if you want 4K, you can even go higher, but no need. I think 1920 by 1080 is good. So just leave it at HD 1080. It should be fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and have a look. So if I select the AI area light, okay, and then in my attributes, I have an exposure of 5. Let's go ahead and make sure we have our Arnold render view up. Now, if you didn't choose to look through the camera, the other option would be this. To go to panels, same thing, and then go to perspective and then choose main cam. So if you went to panels perspective, you can choose the pre-made camera right here. So it's called main_cam. If you look in the outliner here, I'm gonna hit the plus button. You have your main_cam here as well. So panels, perspective, main cam. So you could do that too. And then you could look through here. Okay, so that's 2 ways. Okay, so let's render. If something's not rendering here properly, if I hit the play button here like that, so it should take just a tiny bit of time. It's gonna think. Top right button, if you go ahead and hit play, should render at some point. Oh, there you go. All right, so it looks like it's zoomed in. So what we can do is just scroll back, okay? And then the moment you see the border of the actual frame, then you can just press F, and it'll just frame that to whatever window size you made. Okay, so you can make this even, smaller like that, and then hit F, and then it'll just, render that area. Okay, and it'll frame everything. So it's the same size still. It's still 1920 1080, but the window size just changed. So the zoom then, compensates for the window resize, but it's still the same size, 1920 by 1080. Okay, if you select the AI area, Okay, and then change the exposure to maybe 10, so double it, right? You can see that boom, it starts to be really bright. Now you might be asking, how come it's really bright? You know, my very first answer would be, it's very bright with a small value or small exposure value is because the items are small, okay? Meaning they're scaled down, all right? So if you have objects that are too small or scaled down in relationship to the entire scene, then you're gonna get really bright lights with low exposure values. So that's just something to keep in mind. So I might have to repeat this a few times later when you're doing your projects, or when I'm, you know, if you do want to bug me about lighting, I might have to ask you, what's the scale of your scene, or what's the scale of your asset? Is it too small? Because if it's too small, then that means you're gonna have low exposure values with really intense lights. Okay, so maybe a more practical value would be 6. Okay, so again, here you can turn on your color temperature, right? You could make that a bit warmer. Okay, or colder. Wait, how come it's not? Okay. So if something like that was not actually being updated for you, at the top right, you have the play button, right? And then it's not updating. What you want to do is you want to go to the render menu in the Arnold render view window, and then click this, update full scene, or the shortcut is Control U. So Control U, U for update. Again, that's only in the Arnold render view. Okay, so Arnold render view, render, update full scene, and then you'll be able to get the proper color temperature. So now if I slid this to the right, okay, it's not updating again yet still. So what you want to do is render and then update full scene, and then it made it blue. Okay, so just in case if someone's struggling out there, you're like, I'm trying to slide the thing, but it won't change. Then yeah, you want to update the scene. Okay, so that's the AI area light there. The next one is the directional light. Okay, to create a directional light, what you want to do is you want to go to Create, Lights, Directional Light. Okay. They do not have it here in the Arnold lights. Okay, directional. There's no directional light here. Why? Because the Maya default directional light is the only directional light. And now directional lights, they're like the sunlight, okay? Just like the example that we were looking at earlier of like the 10 a.m. or 2 p.m. kind of light direction, or sorry, yeah, light setup. In one of the images, the directional light is able to mimic that type of light situation. So let's go ahead and hide the AI area light by hitting H, and then select the directional light in the outliner, and then hit H as well to unhide that. Okay, so here in the viewport, we have the directional light, and it's right here in the middle. Okay, so you can change the directional light angle. Okay, and then hit render, see what happens. Okay, so I can rotate this guy, right? And you can see that the shadow there is moving with it. Okay, now what's nice about directional lights is it mimics direct sunlight. So if you want direct sunlight in your shot, in your scene, it's just one big light source, and it's just beaming straight light rays down this entire scene, and then therefore you're getting this kind of effect with the shadow. You're gonna get harsh shadows, and that's normal. Yeah, that's just the behavior, the directional. So to change your attributes here, you want to go to Attribute Editor, and then go to Arnold. Okay, and then here you can change your light temperatures. Okay, but the exposure of 1 should be okay. But you can even double this, see what happens. You know, maybe you want really bright sunlight. Okay. Maybe 1.5. Okay, maybe something pretty starkingly bright. Then you can even change the color temp and then bring that up to about maybe 7,000. You know, let's do it warmer. I like warm. Yeah, 6K, I think. 6,000K. Okay, so you're gonna get something a little bit warmer like that. Okay, so that's the directional light. Now, if you want to save a screenshot of this, so you rendered it and you're like, okay, I like that. That's cool. I want to change the color temperature. Compare this one with the new change. What you could do at the bottom right of the Arnold render view, you have a snapshot button. So if you hover your mouse over it, it'll say Store Snapshot. Let's go ahead and left click on that. Okay. So now it's able to save a snapshot of the render you just did. Yeah, so now if I ended up changing the parameters, let's just say here. So I selected the directional light. I changed the temperature to 12,000 and I render that. I still have my old one here. I can left click on the old one and I can let go and deselect the snapshot to show my current render, right? So I can do comparisons like this. Okay.
Cool. I accidentally found the snapshot thing earlier today, actually. I didn't know what it would be useful for, and then that makes sense.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I didn't think to deselect it.
Yeah. So the idea of deselecting, that gets everybody, you know. Yeah. But you do have to deselect. If you want to see your current preview or your current render, the latest one, then you have to deselect. So for example, if I, you know, change that again and then bring that up to 3,000 and then, you know, something really red, Mad Max red, I can take a screenshot of these three, right? Deselect the two, whatever the latest I've gone ahead and selected, deselect it, and then it'll show the current render. That hurts my eyes. I think I'm going to change that. But yeah, so that's how you would play around with the store snapshot feature there at the bottom right of the Arnold render view. Okay, let's move to the next light here. The next light is a point light, and a point light is just a light from a single point. Okay, very useful for indoor lights, like fluorescent, like single fluorescent bulbs, single halogen, single incandescent. You know, as you know, any light bulbs really. A point light would work very well. So let's go ahead and render that.
Like a static image of a candle flame or something.
Yep, absolutely. That would work as well. So just ow. Let's render this. There you go. So that's what it would look like, right? So a single point from space, and it's rendering it out for you. All right. Now understand this is an omnidirectional light, meaning wherever you place it, we'll have like a man, what's the explanation for this? Like a sort of 160 degree illumination, right, on each side, and it's going to, from that single point, you know, spread all the light rays that's coming from that single point. Right, so when I go ahead and move this, right, you can see the change that's happening there. Okay, so point light. Now to create a point light, same thing as the directional. You want to go to create, lights, and then point light. Okay, the last light is the spotlight that's underneath here, underneath the point light. Okay. Now, point light is what you probably have guessed it to be. Gee, where is it? Oh, right there. And if I go ahead and render this point light, sorry, this spotlight, you'll have a light that is a spot, and it's working like a cone light, and you're able to change the cone angle. Okay, so just the spread of the, or the tightness of the actual cone itself. Okay, so obviously a lower number, the tighter the cone, and the higher that number, the wider the cone. Okay, and this penumbra angle, that's your fall off. Okay, from the edge all the way to the inside of that particular cone angle. Okay, so do you want a more faded cone, or do you want a more kind of broad and faded cone, or do you want like a harsh shadow like this? You know, very, very theater like. So here we have our spotlight right there. Okay, and it's like a theater light. You know, think about it like a theater light. All right, last light we got is not a light, but a geometry. Okay, and you're actually able to turn geometry like this into a light source itself. So think of the filament of a light bulb. Think of glow sticks. Think of, you know, that kind of light source. Maybe even a glowing hot piece of metal. Okay, you're able to create a shape, right, and then make it glow essentially and give off light. So to do that, it's pretty cool actually. What you want to do is you want to go to Arnold and then lights. And this time you want to create something called a mesh light. And you're able to create a light off of that geometry or that mesh. Let's go ahead and left click on that. Now, if I left click on it, you'll notice here in my outliner that my geo all of a sudden becomes apparent. Why that's the case is because of this plus that gets added. So before it looks like that, didn't have the plus. If I went to Arnold, lights, mesh light, then all of a sudden I get a plus beside it. And if I left click on that, underneath it is a light underscore whatever the name of my geo is. Excuse me. So here's the light helix geo, and I can now increase its exposure. Maybe let's set it to 3 first and see what that looks like. And let's go ahead and render that scene. Okay, currently it's pretty low, so let's maybe even double that. 6. Okay, it's looking good, so let's try 10. Okay, and that's too bright, so maybe 8. Render that up. Okay, so now I have this geo that's giving off light, but the problem is I can't see the geo. Usually I want to see the geo if I'm going to enable my mesh light. So in my properties here, I want to go ahead and create a checkbox, tick a checkbox on, which is light visible. Okay, so that just sits just a few parameters underneath the exposure here. So let's go ahead and enable light visible, and then let's go ahead and render. And there you can see that my mesh light is actually, you know, seen here, and you know the coils are acting as if they're like filaments. You know, they've got an incandescent property, so it looks like they're glowing, and it's lighting and illuminating the scene. What's cool about this is you can change that, you know, light temp, you know, make it like this, right? Change the light temp to maybe something like that, or even, you know, something that looks like this. Right? So mesh lights.
Also, too, with that, when you move it around the scene, and that's the point of origin of the light. So,
absolutely.
same as the which one was that? The spotlight.
Spotlight.
The point light will do that as well.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the directional light is just static, though. I don't think it's tied to the piece per se. You'd have to rotate the angle, but it just stays basically whatever direction.
Absolutely.
So,
and you do have to make sure you are pointing in the right direction. So if you actually are staring at the direction of the light, by the way, if you scale the direction of light, it doesn't matter. Okay, it's just a constant light, a big light that's just beaming at one angle at your scene. So it doesn't matter whether you scale this or not. That doesn't do anything. It just makes the preview larger. And what matters is that you are paying attention to the direction of the arrows, because the direction of the arrows will indicate the direction of the light, in relationship to your scene. So so that's it. Okay. Any questions with regards to all those lights and just a brief introduction of what will work in terms of rendering with Arnold? Okay, so nothing. Pretty quiet, everybody. So we covered area, directional, point, spot, mesh. Okay. The last thing I want to show you guys before we move on to the assignment is you're able to create something called an HDRI map and attach that to Maya and render it in Arnold. And you're able to take the HDRI map, the high dynamic range image, and light your scene with that. All right. So I'm just going to go ahead and give you guys another link. Okay, just to mess around with. You can download these maps, and when you download these maps, you can hook them up in Maya and see how that would go. So to create an HDRI map or HDRI lighting situation, usually the HDRIs are catered towards specific lighting scenarios. So I attached a few of these. You can try them out for yourselves, mess around with it. But I have Tomoko. So these Studio 3.5 and Tomoko, they're from Substance Painter. And then I have a sample one here, Creative Office. It just looks like this, okay? That's the blurred version, and this is the crisp version. Now, this is just a JPEG, okay? The JPEGs usually do not have that layering. It doesn't have the range, sorry, probably a better explanation. It doesn't have the range that these other EXR files have. Range meaning the darkest and the brightest. It doesn't have that kind of range. This JPEG is just flat. It's just got one channel. But you can feel free to mess around with that, okay, if you so desire. There is a website that I'd like everybody to have a look at. It's called polyhaven.com. And polyhaven.com allows you to download free HDRI images that would suit your lighting situations, your environments or whatever you want to go ahead and light. But CG artists use Polyhaven. High quality free HDRI images. Again, that's Polyhaven, and check them out. Yeah, and you can download all kinds of like fun HDRIs there. Okay, so to create an HDRI quickly, so when we get back from break, I can give you guys the assignment. You can go to Arnold, okay, lights, and then create a sky dome light. So again, Arnold lights, sky dome light. Let's go ahead and left click on that. You'll see that you've created a sky dome in your outliner, okay, in your scene, and it's really big. It's just a giant inverted sphere, okay. and the faces of this sphere is facing towards the center of the scene. Okay, and this asset here is the thing that's going to be lit. All right. So if I render this out now, you're just gonna get a white render. Why that's the case is because you have no map attached to this. So if I bring back my render view, you know, it just looks like that. So let's go ahead and just delete our helix. We don't need our helix anymore. Just looks like that. But if we connect an EXR image to this, then you'll see the difference. So I'm gonna go ahead and download Tomoko Studio. So that's the HDRI that I'm going to go ahead and use for this example. Why this is good, because it's got one light source, and you'll see what I mean by one light source. So and the rest are bounds. So anyway, I'm gonna select the AI Sky Dome. To hook up your map, what you want to do is you want to go to the color swatch. At the end of this color swatch in your attribute editor, there is a checkered box. If you left click on that, that's just a way for you to connect a node to that color swatch. A pop-up will come up like this. You want to select file when the pop-up comes up. So it just says here, create render node. Can make a file. Now, if you're not used to creating nodes and attaching nodes to shaders and stuff like that, don't worry about that too much. Just kind of follow along, and it'll make sense at some point. Okay. In that, I will end up explaining more of how this works. But for now, if you left click on that checkered icon, that just an indicator that, hey, listen, if you left click on this, you can connect a file node to this color. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So click file. And in this image name path, let's go ahead and left click on this folder. That just allows you to browse to the file path and find the place where you downloaded the Tomoko Studio. In my case, it's this one. And then hit open. Okay. What you would probably have to do here is when you have a color space like this, I know that we haven't really gotten into this yet, but you might have to change the color space from raw, okay, to ACES CG. Okay, ACES CG is the Academy color grading standard that we use in the industry. So you can use ACES CG, very good. Why ACES CG is because, long story short, TLDR is that it's got a lot more color range, and your colors in your renders will look more colorful. Let's go ahead and enable this for now, okay, and see what happens. So let's go ahead and go to our main cam and then render this. Okay, so let's go ahead, and then you'll see the result here. And then we're gonna go on break. Okay, let's hide the background maybe. Yeah, okay, that's good. So I just hid the backdrop. That way we can see what's going on in the background. But this is the lighting scenario here. Now, if I rotated the scene in Y, let's just say 90 degrees, okay, you can see, right, that it is rotating in real time, right? And then you can see, okay, right, that my lighting looks quote unquote a bit more realistic, right, compared to what I had there with the other lights. Okay, because now this is an image being used as a light source lighting the scene. Okay, and the image usually is coming from a real world scenario, a real world setup. So your light then, or your render, your render will then look, you know, more photorealistic. Okay. Anyway, check out Polyhaven, and you know, try to connect the map into your AI Skydome light that you created, and then render it out and then see, you know, what kind of results you can get. Okay. So we'll go on break. Just fiddle around with that for now. Check out the other lights, make lights, change the exposure, change the color temperature, right, and see what happens. Okay, create multiple lights, move the lights around in the scene, and then test that out. Also, download the simple room scene, and we're gonna go ahead and have you guys work on that for the rest of the class when we get back from break. And we're also going to talk about sort of the approach behind lighting the scene and how you would possibly light that scene for yourself. So, all right, any questions before we go on break here? Anybody? Before we take off here for a quick break till 8.
It's all good.
Okay, I guess all good for everybody. Yeah, haven't heard a peep, so I guess it's all good. All right. So we'll take a break, and then we'll be back at 8 o'clock. All right.
Sounds good.
Sounds good, everybody.
Roger that.
Cool. And then yeah, visit the links there if you need the assets and or the HDRI. Okay, we'll see you guys in just a little bit here. Okay, you guys, just gonna get started here. So, just for fun, I went to Polyhaven and I've gone ahead and download one HDRI map there. Some full disclosures with some of this stuff. So for example, if you were at Polyhaven, went to HDRIs, and you decided to pick one, I don't know, just say this one, Studio Loft. The top right, you're able to choose some formatting before you go ahead and download the image. It's currently set at 2K. You can go higher resolution, but the thing is, it's almost no need to go higher because of the fact that it will become too heavy for the scene. It honestly depends on your PC. You know, some people have really old PCs. Some have newer ones. The newer ones, you don't really care.
Yeah, the higher resolution you go, the longer it takes, even on a newer PC. But it would be prohibitive to somebody with an older PC to use a higher resolution than 2K.
Yep, that's absolutely correct.
Yeah, because
However,
it might take like 2 minutes to render on my computer. It might take 20 on somebody else's.
yeah, absolutely. So you really have to pick and choose, right? The thing you could do is, say for example, you were here in Polyhaven, you were to download a 1K map. You can get a HDR as well. The same kind of result. You can be really nitpicky as to which file format you're going to use. I recommend EXR, but up to you. Try it, do some tests. Now, what you can do is download the 1K and then you can download a 4K one. So, the reason for the 1K is just for, you know, rendering and setting it up and stuff. And then when you want to do a final one, then hook up the 4K, right? So you do have that option. So then you can maximize the render. If you are gonna only do a still, then yeah, it'd be worth doing that. But if you do have an entire scene with vehicles and hair and, you know, sets and all the other things that will go on top of your scene, then maybe you might want to lower the XR quality or HDRI quality. But you know, just take that guidance and then feel free to decide for your own scenes. But yeah, Polyhaven, that's great. So this is just a test one that I did for this scene. So here's the new one that I downloaded. This is the other one. So you can see that there's like difference between the two, but both look, you know, relatively realistic. So yeah, it's pretty fun trying out the different HDRIs on your scenes and see what you can get. You can also hook up the same HDRIs in your Substance Painter. In your display settings, you're able to choose the preset sort of right out of the box HDRIs that Substance Painter gives you. But you may download an HDRI from somewhere and then browse the HDRI you want to preview and then go ahead and apply that in Substance Painter. So we're not going to go over that right now. It's just not really necessary to do that. It's just very quick to do, but we can do it next time. Okay, awesome. Nice to have you here, Davey. Yeah, your computer might be... What's it doing? It has its own thing that it's doing. Okay, so let's see here. So area, directional, HDRI. So we did HDRI. So for the assignment, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and light an interior scene. I want you to play around and create lights. Showcase the things that you learned today. All right. And what I mean by that is, create lights based on not just what you learned, but based on something you want to do in terms of lighting scenario. So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and open that simple room scene. Let's go ahead and open the simple room. Okay, don't save. Okay, so it should look like this. Here's the group. Okay, so you're just gonna see a lot of like separated geometry here. Okay, you have the wall, you have the floor. Okay, you have some backing there. Anyway, it's just random geo that I've created, so then you guys can make lights and things like that with this. Okay, hide the lights, put it underneath things, put it on things, turn the objects into lights themselves. Feel free to extract faces and stuff like that. Duplicate the face so you can turn that into a light. Use the AI standard surface material to play around with some of the objects in here. Add color to the objects. Just feel free to just be creative in this assignment. So, but before you go ahead and start making lights and everything like that, you want to go to the internet and then look for some images that inspire you, some lighting scenarios that inspire you, and then apply that same feel, maybe even light setup to this room, and we'll see how that will look. So as an example, if you were to sort of go back into the examples here, say you wanted to make, this kind of lighting, more bar-like. So you're gonna start making, small point lights, right? Some AI area lights. Yeah, you want to make some, let's see, what else? Maybe some lights that are mesh lights, whatever it may be, to achieve this kind of look. You can also start modeling other geometry in the scene so you can create lights out of that too. Maybe you want to light like a hotel, a hotel room. Anyway, find an inspiration on the internet and then light the scene based on that reference. So if I was gonna be searching here, let's search say bedroom lighting. I don't know. I just search bedroom lighting and see what I can get. A lot of them are pretty generic. Maybe you want to do something like this, like a planetarium style. Right? Maybe that's something that you want to do. Maybe you want to go with like a classic corner light like this. Right? Or even something like that. Right? Something like this. It's gonna be pretty hard to make something like this, just because there's, again, a few light sources. But I mean, it's doable. Making it look clean will be your biggest challenge. And finding the right temperature for each would be pretty tricky, but it's doable without getting too red. Maybe you want to do just more diffuse lights, subtle clean lights. Most of it is coming from the outdoors. Maybe you want to do daytime lighting. Maybe you'd like to do the bar, right? This kind of lighting, or you do an LED room. Okay,
Just by changing, just by changing the color, we get our LED.
Yep. So to do your LED, you just go ahead and apply a color on the color swatch instead of turning on the color temperature. So if you're here, yeah, create Arnold light area, make that large, point it this way. But yeah, the channel in the channel attributes, you just change your color here and give it like some crazy color like green or something. Yeah, play around with the levels. You don't want to go extreme with these colors. You never want to go saturation of 1 and value of 1. That's going to be way too hot. So what you want to do is just kind of fool around with the values until you get something that's pleasing for yourself.
So how would you get the LED? Like how these are ropes and strings and stuff. So like that's just an area LED. So
yeah, so there's a couple of ways, right?
Mesh style or something.
Yep, create a mesh map. So the first way would be you don't necessarily have to make the actual light itself, like meaning you don't have to poly model any strips. What you could do is just scale the AI area like this, so you could change the scale, as I said, right? So you could make them into long strips like that, and then get them facing a certain way, so then it'll look like there's maybe an underglow or something like that. Hide it underneath the table, hide it underneath the chair, maybe even lift the chair a little bit, so you have a little bit of clearance there, right? So that's just up to you how you want to go ahead. So light the scene, move things around if you'd like, lift things up, create new geometry, just so you can make the lighting scenario you like. Anyway, you could scale an AR area, and then the next.
Can you bend an AR area?
You can't really bend an AI area. What you could do is, say for example, you're gonna do a 90 degree. You just duplicate this, and then rotate it like that, and then move it, as like say the next bar or whatever, right? You can do that too.
Okay.
Yeah, you could do that. But if you'd like to just straight up make geo, as a strip, feel free to do so. Yeah. Yeah, create a mesh.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Yep, that's good. So yeah, either or, you guys, it should work.
Hey, Harold.
Hello. Is that Cody?
Yeah. Yeah, that's Cody. You wanted us to use the HDR in this scene?
That's up to you. But
Okay.
you can use it if you like.
Yeah. The only thing I was going to ask in regards to that then is, how would you set up a light blocker to stop that environmental light from coming into the open wall there? Because I tried to use a light blocker for it and it doesn't seem to work.
The gripping department.
Oh, you mean the grip department? Yeah, contact grip. So you tried the light blocker method where you create a light blocker in the HDRI? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, in the case where that really doesn't work, just make another wall. Just
Okay.
put a wall there, and then you'd have to just kind of move your camera forward though. So that's just kind of the limitation. Or make an extension, right? Just model an extension of the wall, pull that side out. That way you have a little more space for your camera, and then literally block that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, that would work. Do. Light. Room lighting. Yeah, Pinterest is a great place to like look at this kind of stuff, show you what might be a good lighting setup. A lot of them are like for daytime, but of course it's your call. The only thing though, you guys, I just want to make this clear. Like, I don't want you guys making one light or two lights in the scene and calling it done. That would just, first of all, that's just not possible. To make something look good, you just can't have two lights. I mean, you can just crank the render setting real high and then just call it a day. But in this scenario, you guys have a lot of opportunity to take advantage of learning this. So make a few lights. Make 5, 6. Make some indirect lights that's coming from somewhere that's not directly seen by the eye. Make some direct lights, that's clearly coming from a special place. For example, direct lights, maybe these ones could possibly be direct lights. The TV is also a light source if you like it to be a light source, right? These maybe you can make speaker lights as well, maybe, or like lights that would glow off of this monitor receiver type thing. You could insert those puck lights inside the ceiling here. Okay, you can even insert puck lights like that's embedded along this side of the groove of the ceiling. Maybe you want to add a reading light here, but like a subtle reading light just underneath this thing. What you could do is hide this, and then maybe take these LEDs or whatever, and then or not use these LEDs but like create an AI area underneath here to mimic the idea that this is a working desk light or reading light. Maybe you want a light that's coming, from around the corner, like around here, just to give an idea that, oh, maybe that's like the bedroom or the kitchen or something like that. You want to create a light maybe that's from the outside. Okay, so maybe use a directional light. Yes, but there's a number of ways you could certainly add lights to this scene. Um, yeah, don't just make one, man. Make a few. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and check your guys's HDR. Oh, sorry, HDR. You guys links, assignment links.
Sounds good to me.
Yep. I hope that everybody's able to send their assignment links. Thank you for those who have sent theirs. I was seeing some information or some notifications via email there. So thanks for sending those who sent during the break.
What if you sent last week?
That's fine as well. I'll go ahead and double check everybody's.
Okay.
You get bonus marks.
Okay, so I've got a few people who I'm missing Google Drives from. So if you hear your name, you have not submitted your Google Drive link. That or I missed it completely. Wait, let me double check the chat first before.
Can you round off who did it?
Yep, absolutely, I can do that. Just gonna double check the chat just in case last week people sent me links to their drives or anything.
I don't think.
Yeah, no, nothing. So I've received Google Drive links from Russell, Robert, Davey, Janie, Kimberly, Alejandro, Cody, Matthias, Daniel, Joseph, and Michael. Okay, I've not received Google Drive links from Lucas, from Derek, from Clara, from Youngkey, from Mark, from Ethan, from Leandro, from Nicholas, from Mikia.
Oh, so how do you do it real quick?
Yeah, so here, let me show you. For example, let me just close some tabs here. I have too many tabs.
Tab collector.
Tab collector, yeah. Obsessed with tabs. Okay, so here, let me go ahead and show you my screen here. Am I screen sharing? Oh yeah, I am. Okay, so you're able to see my screen, yes?
Yep.
Yeah. So if you're in your Google Drive, so link would be drive.google.com. Say for example, anywhere really, like if you're in the main drive here, or you're out somewhere into the very depth of the folders, anywhere in the blank area here, you could right click and then create a new folder. And again, anywhere in the blank area, right click the new folder. Or at the top left, there's a plus sign with new name. And what you could do is just, again, create a new folder. So let's say we create a new folder. We call this lighting, like fall light texture, and then underscore my name, like that, Harold. Okay, so I've created that. And then go ahead, double click this. And then here in this main folder, you make your subfolders, right? Assignment 1 underscore materials, and then write your name, Harold, then create. Okay. Now what's important is that you share this folder here, the fall light texture Harold. So let's say we go up a hierarchy. You can share it from here by going right clicking and then clicking share. All right. And then you can add me as one of your email recipients. Or what you could do is go to the bottom of this particular prompt and then left click on this, change to anyone with link. Okay, so that just will change your permissions. Now you can change the permissions from viewer to editor. So, I mean, I prefer editor. That way I could move things around, maybe even name it sometimes. But anyway, viewer should be sufficient. If you are okay with this permission style, then you could just left click on this copy link. And this is the link that I would like you to paste into an email or PM it to me via MS Teams. And then I'll go ahead and open this folder. The other way is right click and then just click this get link and then copy link. So it just basically brings you to the same place that we did sort of the first time, but sort of that was like the long way. Or the third way is double click the folder and then at the top here, the hierarchy, just there's a little arrow to the right of this folder name and it's like right there. Left click on that and then same thing. You can hit the person with a plus sign share or just get the link and then here copy the link and then email that link to me. All right, so that way we just have one link that both of us are going to be sharing between you and I, and then I can always refer to that same link all the time, and I don't have to chase you around for your assignments. So yeah, so that's how you do that. For those who have not created your drive links, that's how you do it. Now you do have the option of creating folders for the cloud service that you are more comfortable using. So, that's no problem at all. What's important is that I get the drive link. So that's Derek's link there. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Leandro. It just wasn't popping up as a link, I guess. But let me try it, and then see where we can. Oh, okay. So, yeah, I'll just go ahead and PM you there, Leandro.
You got mine?
Let me check. It hasn't come through yet. Oh, yeah, there it is.
There's nothing in it.
I see the folder, but that's all right. Yeah, thanks, Nico. I got it. Okay. Yeah, so just to clarify everybody, I'm just going to repeat it again. Just sound like a broken record here. But you want to create a folder in your Google Drive, and then you will be the one that will give me the link. Okay, so I will not give you a link. I've done that before, and the reason why I don't give out the links anymore is people lose it. Okay, people decide to misplace the link somewhere out there. The biggest mistake before was I gave the link to I don't know to to one class before one of the students decides to rearrange everything and delete the files, and then I was not able to retrieve those files, and I've lost the files. I had quite a few students, and I had quite a few files that I that went missing, and you know, I had to go ahead and chase, you know, people for their files, and it was not fun at all. I should not have been doing that. So anyway, so now this is why I'm doing it this way, because that way you protect your own files, and if there was going to be any mistakes or anything, that would either be me or you, and that wouldn't affect, you know, anybody else. So it's just better that we do it this way. I have, you know, I'm pretty organized, so I'll keep all of the links in one place. I'll visit that same link that you send me, and we can go on from there. It's just more organized this way than the previous method.
Sorry, can I get a refresher on mesh lights?
Sure thing. Yeah, sure thing. So which part? Just the whole thing, or?
Well, I was just gonna make the TV screen like a mesh light for like being on kind of thing, like a blue screen or something.
Okay. So from this TV here, you can't quite just grab the whole TV, because if you just double click on the object here, it'll flood select the entire object. So what you have to do is either create new geo on top of this, or or extract the geo from here. So and extracting is honestly the easiest way to do this. Now to do
what
that,
I did, I tried to select the face of the screen and it didn't work.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. You'd have to separate it out of there, and then that separate object would have to be the light.
That sounds good.
Yeah. So just for demonstration's sake, I'm gonna just show you know, everybody here. That way, if just in case you do want to use a TV as a light source, you may. So I'm on my face mode, component mode, face mode. So I just selected four. Oh, oops. I selected 4 of the faces in the middle. I think that I think that's the middle. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grow this selection. To grow the selection, you wanna go to select menu. So modeling tab, select menu, and then click this grow button. So now I'm gonna go ahead and tear this menu out of here. So it's floating. Now the shortcut here is this, I guess, period. What's it called? Yeah, period key. But really, it's a shift. Is that less than? Greater than? I always get confused with these. So shift period, okay, will then allow you to grow that, or you can just spam the button. Just up to you.
I think less than is an L and greater than is the other one.
Ah, so greater than. Oh, okay, I see. But yeah, there you go. So you've grown the selection like this. Okay, awesome. From here, after you've grown the selection, right click, hold right click. Oh, sorry, not hold right click. Hold shift, hold right click. And then you want to either extract the face or duplicate the face. Up to you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate because I want to preserve the original. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate the face. Okay. So now I can grab this particular duplicate, this copy, and move that forward just a tiny bit. Okay, not so much, just a little bit. Okay. So now if I go into object mode, I now have 2 pieces. I have the separated piece and I have the TV. So I can press F on my keyboard and find these pieces in my outliner. Okay, now that I've separated it, the same thing goes when creating a mesh light. Select the object that you want to turn into a mesh light. Go to Arnold menu in the modeling tab, lights, and then mesh light. So again, Arnold, lights, mesh light. Let's go ahead and left click on that. Cool beans. Now let's go to our attribute editor. Okay. Now you could turn on your exposure by maybe giving a value like 5, And then let's see what that looks like in our Arnold render view. Let's go ahead and render this.
I think you got to take out your screenshots there first.
Oh yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I've just rendered.
It'll overwrite it.
It'll just overwrite it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got to hit the play button. I think then.
Yeah, I'm updating the scene. That's why you can see like the oh, there you go. Oh, it's lagging. Because I'm trying to update the scene. Yeah. Okay. It seems like let's go ahead and delete these for the sake of deleting. Okay, so it's currently not showing anything. But let's go ahead and increase this to 10.
Oh, do you need a sky dome light or area light? I guess that wouldn't even matter.
Not necessarily. No, you don't really need a sky dome light necessarily. So let's go ahead and move this forward. Maybe it just needs to be moved forward a little bit here. I'm gonna exaggerate. I'm gonna pull it out quite a bit, but you can obviously pull it out the way you want it, how far you want it. Okay, now why is it not showing up? Maybe it's
I was missing something.
It's facing the other way a bit. Maybe it's facing the other way. Okay, let's see. Maybe it is facing the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's face it the other way. And back the other way. Okay, so the key with the mesh lights is you have to enable the light visible in order for it to look like some kind of glowing space. You know, something that looks like that. So you turn on your exposure, right? So currently 12 is not sufficient. Probably you want to go, you know, that's really subtle, 12. So maybe, I don't know, let's just say you go 16 and see what that looks like. Now this is a larger scene. That's why the values need to be a little bit brighter. So that might be a little too bright at that point. So probably 15. You know, let's just say pitch black. That's what it looks like. You know what? Let's get really nitpicky, like 14.5.
So I got a question. If you put an image there, can you get the same glow? Like if you were to put, like, you know,
like a picture?
Like, yeah, when you have a TV that has all the colors, like the channel bar, like
yeah, let's try.
I forget. Like when the TV goes and it has these colors on it and bars and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, certainly will work, man. The only thing you do have to make sure you do have are UVs. So if you don't have any UVs, then that wouldn't quite work as well. So make sure you have UVs on the object. And so if you go to your UV editor, okay, this guy has no UVs. That's why it's appearing blue. So if I just quickly make a best plane UV, oops. Let's go ahead and delete the light for a second. So let's UV this guy. What the? Okay, there you go. So make sure you orient your UVs properly. Okay, Yeah, this is getting a little bit more sort of along the intermediate kind of portion of this, but I think you guys know how to make UVs. At least the basics of it. So I just made a quick UV by going a UV camera based. You could do camera based, you could do best plane. Okay, and then you can go ahead and apply the mesh light on it. So go Arnold lights, mesh light. Make sure you enable light visible, set this to 14.5. And all right, so from here you can attach a file.
And it'll have the same glow.
Yep, it should. Let me see. Let me try one of these images here. I think sRGB is the color space. But yeah, so there you go. Right?
Cool.
That's a good idea. I think let's do aces. Arnold. Make sure you're using aces CG. If not, I mean, honestly, it's not. I'm not too nitpicky about it. 1845. Let's go ahead and delete the TX. TX. Yeah, so that would be essentially the image there. So if you look from far away,
That's cool.
you know, that's kind of what you're getting. But I mean, you don't have to use that ACCG. sRGB should be fine. So anything colored to sRGB, anything black and white is raw for the color space. But we can get into that later on. Just hooking up the map and getting it to work, you know, would be sufficient. So there it is. There's your sort of TV right there. Okay, so I got a couple more people's links. So I'm missing marks. Who am I missing? Who else am I missing here? I'm missing Ethan. And wait, let me go back and check. Excuse me. So I only got a few people left. I have Clara, Young Key, Mark, Ethan, Leandro. Did Leandro send me something? Or okay, yeah. So this is it. So I got Leandro's. And so So let's see. Let me go back. So Clara, Young Key, Mark, and Ethan. So I got 4 people.
I already sent you a chat that I'll need more week for it, right?
Pardon me?
I already sent you a chat that I will need 1 more week for it, for the assignment.
Yeah, sorry, Clara. Like, it's just the microphone is quite staticky. Like, and it's just what you're saying is really blurred to me. That or kind of staticky. Yeah. So you can just type it. It's okay. You can PM me there, if you like. Yeah, if you could just type your question there, Clara, if the mic isn't working properly. So how's everybody doing with their lighting so far? Yeah, no problem, Clara. Yeah. So just send me the link for the drive as soon as you're ready. Yeah, so a lot of you guys sent me links, but like the folders are still empty. That's okay. You know, submit when you can. But yeah, again, just reminding you guys that I usually will come after you if you haven't sent it the week after. You know that like I'm not so like I won't chase you down necessarily, but I'm just reminding you that if you don't,
You're not an unforgiving guy.
like that's just the policy, right? Like I need it in time. If it's not in time, then I'm gonna have to deduct. That's just the reality of it. Just reminding you, if you send it in time, you won't get that penalty. If you don't, I'll remind you once, twice, 3 times. If I don't get anything, I won't bother you anymore. That's just like the way it is. I'll remind you gently, but it will affect your mark if you don't submit. So
Yeah,
I can only do so
like I
much.
said last class, just make sure if there is an issue, let you know so that you know, because the deadline can be worked around if need be, but you have to be in the loop in order to do that.
That's right. That's right. And you know, life happens, you guys, right? So
yeah,
that's just the way it is. You know, for
I doubt you'll dock 10% if somebody's like dad dies or something. You got to go to the funeral or something like that. Like,
yeah. So it's a case by case, right?
Yeah.
So
or you're in the hospital or something. There's various reasons that one could.
Various.
Yeah.
So.
You know, it's just as long as you're in the loop, because if you don't know, you're gonna have to dock it.
Yeah, or worse, you'll have to talk to someone else, which would probably be not a not a good scenario.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's just better if we just keep it at this level, you guys. You know, keep it professional. Yeah. Tell me.
Yeah.
Easy as that. So, like a lot of like us older guys, they're okay with it, but
in any job I've ever worked.
Yeah.
You know, you get in trouble if you don't tell them because they don't know what's going on. As soon as they know what's going on, it's like, okay, that's not so bad.
Yeah.
Like we can work with you. You can't work with somebody if they don't tell you what's going on.
That's right. Don't go dark, you guys.
Yeah.
Don't go incognito, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had guys go incognito for like weeks, and I'm like, what is going on? So I had one student um, who went dark for like 5 weeks. And I'm like, where is this guy? And he was attentive, he did all his work in time. Then all of a sudden, dark, just like gone for like 5 weeks. He comes back after 5 weeks and he's like, I'm so sorry, Harold. I had an injury. Like I was ashamed of that injury, didn't want to tell anyone. So
It's that kind of injury.
that kind of injury. And he showed me, like, we were in school, he showed me physically. He's like, look, this happened. I don't want to give too much details. And he said, like, I beg you, please, like, please let me, finish the assignments. And I looked at him, I'm like, he's been pretty faithful, in the first few weeks. So I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
so let me work with you. You have 2-3 weeks. You have all the recordings, you have all that. So can you do it? And he says, yeah, I could do it. And he delivered on time. He respected the fact that I gave him that time. I let him pass, and that's something that I could work with you guys. Just show me you want to do it. You want to do it. Show me you've got the drive for it. You've got the effort for it.
If all you're seeing is they don't care,
yeah,
not going to make the effort.
No. And there's other guys too who are like, Harold, like, give us a chance. I give them a chance, and then they give me work that they barely worked on, and it's hard to pass you at that point too, right? You spent like 10 minutes on this thing. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I couldn't pass you compared to someone who spent an hour or so. Like, that wouldn't be fair, right? Like, I let you pass, and then somebody spent an hour or so making this thing look really nice, and then, for the same kind of grade, that's also very difficult. So, it depends, right? So, case by case. So let us know, you guys, and email us. Link us to the work that maybe you have a work in progress, but you didn't quite finish it. These things. Give us an update.
Better incomplete work than no work.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes incomplete work that's sent on time is actually more appreciated too. Just
because you can always go back and finish it off too.
You can be like, oh, Harold, I did some work. This is what I've got. I just need a little bit more time. What do you think? And I can even give you criticism and be like, listen, this is what you got to do. Maybe all you have to do is add a couple more lights and then just submit it to me, and then work on that during the day, and then actually submit it on time, compared to you didn't tell me anything and then spent another week, working on this thing and realizing you could have just done a couple things and you didn't, you didn't have to. Fun. Yeah, and it would have been fine.
Yeah.
The reality.
I'm looking at this scene and there's a bunch of because I'd like to actually texture it and do stuff with it, but I'm gonna have to either do it as well as the lighting or just hold back and just do the lighting, because as much as I want to do that kind of extra work, it's like, should I? Is it good time management? That's what I've never been good at, is managing my time. So
man, everyone has their own little thing.
I think I'm gonna have to work on getting it right first, and then I can worry about adding extras after.
Yep, and even refining, right? So you as long as you're you're in the right track, it's that's a good thing.
But and we might learn something down the road that it's like, hey, I tweaked this assignment. Harold, do you want to take a look? Maybe we can, adjust it. Yeah, I think I could do better than I did.
Yeah, exactly, and you'd be more proud of it too. Showing work is a common thing with colleagues. With your art director, your whoever is reviewing your work. It's very common to do that. So it's also a nice
especially
thing.
If you're getting a block, like, I can't get this to look quite right. Yeah. What do you think? And then they might be like, oh, you might want to turn the exposure, or the specular might be a little off, or something, and something you didn't think of. Or try an area light instead of a dome light or whatever. Various different ways that the same result could be achieved, but you might get a better result out of it.
Absolutely. And keeping that open mind is a good thing.
Yeah.
It just all comes with being open with communication. You really
Yeah,
have
like-
you really have to be okay with that, you know.
Yeah, like I'm what's it called? I've always had a thing about I don't like bugging people, so I gotta like learn that that's okay to go to somebody and be like, hey, I'm having an issue here.
Mhm.
You know, I'm like I'm 39 years old. Like it's not like it's a kid thing. This is, you know, I just don't want to bug people with my issues, and so,
Right.
yeah, sometimes you have to.
Sometimes you have to, and you're not the only one. You know, I think everyone has their own little kind of shell, right,
Oh,
that they
yeah.
want to stay in.
It's not something you
Yeah.
grow out of. That's
Yeah.
the thing. Is like unless you actively do it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, you
it's-
have to. You know, like we had this 2-hour meeting at work about communication. I couldn't believe it was 2 hours. I was like, all you had to do was tell us to communicate a little better and then walk away. But it became this huge lecture because nobody was saying anything. Like from the eldest to the, you know, newest members, people were just so quiet. And man, it was
They're afraid to speak up.
yeah, they're afraid to speak up. And there was a whole, like, everyone got involved, you know, like the producer and like the leads and the art director, and oh man, it got like so intense just to
It's like,
deliver
"Come
the
on, just
fact.
talk to us." And all
Yeah,
they're looking for is like a response from the peanut gallery there, and nobody's
Yeah.
responding.
yeah. And it's okay if it's like casual talk, but if it's
Yeah,
serious work related, we got to get this to the client kind of talk, then it becomes a big issue because the client is waiting, but we're not hearing anything from anyone, especially with pandemic and
Yeah.
working online.
it's
so,
like keep everybody in the loop so that they all know
Yeah.
where everybody's at,
yeah.
and then anybody that is needing help can get it.
hmm And no
Anyone
one
that's
reads emails, like for you guys, like I send you an email, you might not open it till later on, right? So
Yeah,
I wouldn't know.
It's like if I know what the email's about, I'm not gonna open it until I need to.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like one of those things, right? You get an
But
email.
then it sometimes gets lost in the shuffle, and
Yeah,
so
because
I
there's a
actually
lot.
get better at organizing that too.
Yeah. So, there's pitfalls here and there. And the best thing is, if I'm right here, ask right now before you forget,
Yeah.
It's just easier to unmute yourself and just, blurb or whatever.
Yeah, or drop it in chat. Like,
Yeah,
hey, I'm
drop
having
it in chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's important to do that. A lot of the times, you guys, it's just better to show your work. Be upfront about it with your colleagues or whoever is your superior. It's just so common, in the industry, so common, and not just our industry. I think it's just the professional environment. Just be like, hey, listen, I can't do this. I feel pressure or whatever it may be. I can't do it in time. I've been having stomach aches. Whatever, man. Like whatever's going on, share. And it doesn't have to be so detailed. Just be like, I can't do it. My hand hurts, or I don't know, something. Just speak up, because you don't want to be the last day being like, I can't finish it, and that's the deadline, last day, and then all of a sudden can't be delivered, and then it goes all the way to the CEO. And then he goes, wait, why can't we have this deliverable? And then, well, because so and so said this last minute. Oh man, that's a hot seat to sit on, you guys, because that's, man, you get criticism real hard,
I mean,
yeah,
it comes in every industry too. Like
it does.
when I was working warehouse,
Yeah.
One of the biggest things was, and they tried to drive it home all the time, is like, if something's too heavy, get some help,
Right.
so you don't hurt yourself. I've had so many injuries from just
from that.
Well, I'm like a big dude, so
Right. So you're like, all right, do it.
like people be like, I gotta help you. I'm like half your size, but
Yeah.
so there's that in the back of my head. But what I should have been doing was asking for the help, because nobody's actually judging you on it.
No, nobody's judging you on it.
Like I'm picking 1,000-pound shed. I was the only one that could do it alone, but I shouldn't do it alone because it can cause damage.
Yeah.
And for the 10 minutes it takes to find somebody and get that help, you save yourself a lot of headaches down the road.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
That's a big
Weeks of
lesson.
headaches. Yeah.
You know, like, doesn't matter what you're doing. It can be big, it can be small. If you need that help, it takes you a lot less time to get the help than it does to fix the problems that come up because you tried to figure it out.
Yeah, man. Just the efficiency of that, right?
Yeah.
There's people who are willing to help. You'd be surprised, that people are actually more willing to help.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not even like with the regard to the team lifting. It's like a manager would be walking by and it'd be like, hey, can you give me a hand with this? And they'd help you, even though, number one, it's not their job. Number two, they're not really set out to be on the floor. But they knew you need help as a human being.
Yeah.
It's like that in every industry. You ask somebody that can help you, and 9 times out of 10, they'll help you.
Yeah, they will. As long as you're not bothering them in the middle of something they're doing.
Yeah, that one time it's going to be more like, can you wait 10 minutes for me to finish what I'm doing, type of thing. But I've never had somebody just, well, won't say never, but I've rarely had somebody just say outright, no, you're on your own.
Yeah, never.
And when that happens, you're looking for another company.
Yeah, or if that happens, they're not your friend. That's just straight up what it is, right?
I mean, you don't even have to be friends with the guy. I've been helped by people that I just didn't get along with regularly. Like, just because we're part of the same team.
Right.
You're trying to you're working towards the same goal, whether you like the person or not is irrelevant. You just get it done.
Yeah. Who was it? I've never heard that in my life. I've never heard someone go, no. If anything, the worst is like, I'll help you, but then they'll get back to you the next day. That would be the worst. Yeah. That would be the worst.
I'll help you, but on my time.
Yeah.
But never like, I won't do it.
No. It's never that way. First of all, people won't say no.
It's like they expect a favor in return that has nothing to do with work.
That's right.
Yeah.
Like,
some will be like asking for a bribe to help you out. Those are the worst people.
Yeah.
But then that's just like, forget it, I'll go to the next person.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You're not the only person in the building to pester.
$5. $5 for the help or whatever. And we say that as a joke, sometimes, but really people are open for help, for giving a hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most people are pretty good. So.
Yeah, like, people, if they said no, for example, like, Harold, I need help, and I'd be like, no, and then I would maybe laugh, and then I could be, and then they could be like, how dare you, like, as a joke, right? We could do that, but nobody will say no. Like, it's people are too nice in Canada. Canadians are too nice, man, to say no. Maybe like in my culture, like if someone was really bothered, they would say no. Or like there's like a weird grudge between you two that say no. But I don't think so. Like in the professional environment.
Yeah, in this environment, I just don't see that ever happening.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's not gonna happen. So and people are so friendly. Man.
Ask for help.
Yeah.
If I had asked for help a few times, maybe my back would be functional. Of course, then I'd probably still be doing warehouse and not doing this. So there's that too.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, or go into management. That's always.
Oh no, I don't want to do management.
You don't want to do management.
No.
That type.
Not fulfilling.
Not fulfilling.
I've had opportunities that I've passed on many times.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes it's the opportunity. So it's like you don't want that. It's not fulfilling.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's not my cup of tea. I was more inclined to be on the floor, getting my hands dirty.
Yeah. You'd rather be the soldier,
Yeah, pretty much.
On the ground.
I want to be in charge. I want to be the guy doing the work.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing either, man. That's whatever fills your boat.
Yeah, pretty much. It just makes me feel like part of the team instead of the guy just pulling the strings,
Yeah.
But then that isn't to say it's not, hard work, because management can be.
It can be.
You know.
It's just a different type of
It's just
environment,
different.
right?
Yeah, there's a lot more stress, I find,
Yeah.
with trying to get, like, working with deadlines and stuff like that. Like, I mean, I can do it. I just don't like to.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know.
there's been opportunities for me as well, because they always say like, oh, why don't you be some head somewhere real high up, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I'd rather do art, like I like art, and
Yeah,
I
for
like,
me, it was always like I'd be offered, like, I could have gone a lot higher than the lead hand, but that's where I wanted. Like, I didn't want to be any more than just the guy, leading the team, like a team captain.
right,
I'd rather that than to be the manager.
right.
And a lot of that is just the desk work too. Like, I'm good at that kind of thing, but I don't necessarily like it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, man.
You
Like,
know.
for example, like I would relate to that. Like emails, like I'm okay with emails. I like emails. Just leave, just normal emails. But like I
Yeah.
have like 30 emails a day, and I have to address each one, and then more are coming during the day because of meetings and stuff. Oh man.
Yeah.
And then I'm not an artist anymore, right? Like I'm now an emailer.
Yeah.
And that's not good. So for me anyway, I don't find
Yeah,
it-
exactly.
I
And
don't
everybody's
find it
different.
satisfying.
That might be the dream job for somebody, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, it's not for everybody.
No. Yeah, so that works with like everybody else, So when you are in this scenario where you do have to communicate, you gotta let us know, man. And being open, sometimes it's hard. It's hard. It's not
Oh yeah.
an easy thing, right? To be like,
Mm.
hey, I'm having trouble with this. People might think that you're vulnerable or like you're stupid. No, that's not the case. There's a
No,
lot.
that's all in your head.
It's all in your head.
Because,
Yeah.
Most people realize that people have different strengths and weaknesses. So yeah, it's all in your head. You might be falling behind in one thing, but you're going to be excelling in another, and that's how teams work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like when I was in the warehouse, I wasn't the fastest picker, but I was the most accurate. So I was the guy that got to train people.
There you go.
Because number one, I was accurate. Number two, my loads were built stable, where most guys weren't.
Mm-hmm.
So they wanted me to show how to build a stable load. Because speed is something that will come as you get familiar with things, but you're not gonna. You can get faster the more you work, but then, you can't teach accuracy.
That's right.
People will either be accurate or they won't.
You guys listen to that advice. That's a good advice right there. I
Pay attention to what you're doing,
I double that advice.
because the speed will come as you get better.
Yeah, absolutely. Proficiency comes after.
Yeah, when you focus on speed first, you'll never have the accuracy.
That's right. That's a good advice right there. For you, like really young guys, like really, really young. Like I don't know how much, like how young are we talking here? Like who might be the youngest in this class? But
Well, I'm assuming the average age is probably around 2021. So
probably 2021. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm 39. Like I said, I'm older than some of my teachers.
Yeah, you're older than me. You're older than me. But
Yeah. So I mean,
a number of years.
I've been around a bit. I know a few things. So
yeah,
I'm doing an industry change, not just completely,
Yeah, not completely.
life.
Yeah.
Not new to the workforce, just new to this one.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, there's a lot
very
of universal things.
Yeah, man. Like a lot of the work ethic stuff really gets transferred from one place to another. And,
yeah. That's another thing. If you got a strong work ethic, you work hard, you put your best in, and no matter what you're doing, you're scrubbing toilets, you make sure those are the best damn toilets you've ever scrubbed,
Absolutely.
it gets noticed. You might not feel like it does, but it does.
Yeah, it does, man. It does. I tell those guys, like, I tell my students anyway. The ones that slack off anyway.
Yeah.
I tell them, like, if you have a job, do your best at that job
Mhm.
because that's your
Yeah.
job. Like, for example,
Like
if you
if it's a slow day, okay, you
Yeah.
could take it a little easier.
yeah.
But yeah, if you're not going to put 100% into your work, there's no point in doing the work.
No, exactly. Like, why are you
know.
doing the work? That means it's not your work. That just tells you clearly that you don't want to do that. That's not what you want
Yeah.
to do. So stop doing it. And do
Yeah,
the work
figure
that
out what you want
like.
to do and do it.
Yeah.
That's the best life advice you could ever do. Is like,
Oh,
because
absolutely.
everything you do is an experience for sure.
Yeah.
And you want to do the best you can. But by the same token, if you're going and dreading waking up and going to work, that job isn't for you.
No, it's not for you.
You know.
Stop doing it. You're just killing yourself.
Is it the work or is it the employer?
Yeah.
If it's the employer, you find a new employer. If it's the actual work, it might be time for a career change.
Yep. Absolutely. You got to make those really hard decisions, and you really just have to be upfront with yourself. Like, is this actually working? Because have to be harsh.
Well, that's where I hit too, because it wasn't even that I wanted to get out of warehouses, because I loved warehouse work. It was physical. I like doing physical labor, but my body is falling apart. I got the body of like a 60-year-old. You know, I've had arthritis since these kids' ages.
These kids' ages.
I was Leandro's age when I buggered up when I started getting arthritis. I buggered him up a few years earlier. My back has been shot since my mid-20s. I've blown out both my shoulders, like torn rotator cuffs. Basically, the only thing I've never hurt is my left elbow. Everything else has been shot at one point or another. I blew out my Achilles.
That's rough, man. That's rough.
Yeah, just everything short of a break I've done. So it was just taking its toll on me. And again, being the big guy, you just don't ask for help, even though you should.
Yeah.
So I was by the end of it, I was spending more time injured than I was actually working.
Oh man.
So at that point, I'm like, well, what do I want to do? And the only thing I've ever been passionate about is games. So, well, why not get into that?
Yeah. A little bit more relax in a sense that you get to sit rather than standing. Yeah. But then it's always like, oh man, it's like the extreme. It's like now you're sitting all the time.
Yeah, but I can get up from my desk and walk around, so it's not that bad. The thing that's gotten me is that because I quit and came in here, like into school, I haven't worked. So now that I moved to Vancouver, I'm gonna have to re-enter the workforce just to make ends meet.
Yeah.
And that's not gonna be an easy thing.
No, well, not as because you got no connections. I think that might be the.
I got no connections. I got a couple of friends out here, but nothing in anything that I can do. I can't go back into warehouse because I'll just have the same problems.
Yeah.
So my options are either find some entry-level industry work that I may or may not be qualified for yet, or I go and do some like McDonald's crap.
There's that too. Yeah.
Yeah, pay the bills at least. It'll give me the flexibility, but maybe not the connections I want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sometimes you have to sacrifice a little bit in that regard.
Yeah, but I still have enough rent for next month, so
I'm sacrificing. I'm working 70 hours a week.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. I could barely make 40 when I was doing my old job, and it didn't have the flexibility for school, so I was really kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place there. I need that flexibility that I can sit down and do some work and attend my classes and change my schedule every semester, because there's no guarantee I can get the exact same schedule every semester.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I've got to figure out a balance there, and I don't know, keep my eyes peeled for something. But
Yeah, man. It's
ideally, I'd get in
Take
at
some time.
somewhere that I might be working after graduation anyway. But again, I got to figure out if I'm even qualified for a lot of that yet.
Mhm.
You know, with the experience level I have. But
Yeah, I'm sure you'll find something, man.
oh yeah,
Just gotta do a little bit of searching.
yeah, exactly. You know, it's not going to be overnight, but it'll happen.
Mhm.
You know, like I say, at this point, I got about a month and a half. You know, before I'm in trouble.
If we're in trouble.
Yeah.
Leandro says 19. Oh man. I remember being in your spot. Man. 19. Man, I had
Yeah.
no idea what's going on when I was 19. I had no idea what's going on when I was 19.
I was probably on a bender.
On a bender.
Yeah, there was probably a fair bit of drinking involved.
Yep, clubbing.
No,
No
not
clubbing.
I was never a guy.
Okay.
Um,
Everyone has
was-
their own little thing.
Yeah, but I definitely like. You know, it was funny. My dad one day was getting on me for spending all my money on video games, and I'm like, "Would you rather I was putting it up my nose like my friends?" You know,
That's
all
a
my
choice.
friends at that age were, you know,
Yeah. Something
pretty
else.
messed up.
Yeah.
You know, and it's paid off. But like once I get my stuff out here, I've got a nice small fortune.
Yeah.
You know, it's all out in Calgary right now, but
That's fine.
yeah,
As long as it's somewhere.
yeah. Maybe I'll get Nick to pick up a few boxes and bring them down to me.
There you go.
I miss my games.
Yeah.
I'll just ship them. I'm not driving through yet.
I'm just bugging anyway.
Nah, just kidding. I might be here till June anyway.
Oh, ouch. I got out of Calgary. That was the best thing for me. I'd hate to have to go back that long. I know I'm going to have to go back and visit, but I don't want to go back that long. It's actually one of my things. I love the people out there that I like, all my friends, all my family, but I hated the city.
Didn't like the city.
No, well, not Calgary. No, Calgary sucks.
A lot of Filipino friends are there. They like the houses and all that
yeah, no.
opportunity, but
Well, the fact that it's like all single family homes is probably a huge deal. They don't have the high rises like out here, and the condo living.
yeah, the
Like they do,
lifestyle.
but it's not to the extent. Like Calgary has full on urban sprawl.
Hmm.
It takes about as long to travel from where I was living to downtown as it does for me to go from here to Surrey
Wow.
on transit.
Yeah.
And it was like a fraction of the distance. You know, like it's just not well laid out. It's not well planned. It's just completely sprawled.
Hmm.
The only thing that works is it's on a grid system. So,
Well,
But yeah.
does having a car help?
there definitely. It's really the only way to get around.
Yeah.
And of course, I don't drive, so that that was an issue. Here, it's like at certain times, yeah, it's faster to drive, but most times it's about the same.
Yeah.
You know, at least for where I've gone so far. So
I haven't been there much. I couldn't really say too much. My cousins there, my friends there. But yeah, they often come over on this side to say hello
Yeah.
and experience the city life. I mean, there is a city
Yeah.
life there, but not not
Well,
like
I mean-
Vancouver.
It's like concrete jungle out there.
Yeah.
Like I was actually surprised coming here. There's actually trees and stuff. You know,
It's so funny.
you
I
might
was
think, how can you have a tree and then maybe like
Yeah.
20 feet later you have another tree?
yeah.
Like,
wow.
it's not like here you have park space and
Yeah.
you know all kinds of stuff. It's like
Yeah.
you just don't have that there.
Right.
You know, Calgary's a really ugly looking city. It's
like
cleaner.
it's
I'll give 'em
cleaner.
that.
It's cleaner,
Like,
yeah.
The streets are cleaner generally, but
Mm.
it's just the whole aesthetic of the place is ugly.
Mm. You're not
You
that
know.
that type.
Can't accomplish a turd.
Nope. You cannot. I was looking at Google Earth the other day because
Yeah.
just for fun, and I wanted to see the border between BC and Alberta, and I was
It's
looking at
pretty
the
much just
border.
mountain.
Sorry.
You actually wouldn't be able to tell the difference at the street level because the border is pretty much just the mountains.
Yes, exactly. So I was about to bring it up because the idea was if you look at BC, mountain, and the moment that the border just crosses no mountain, just it goes mountain to like no mountain at all. It's just flat, and I'm like,
That's
What?
that's not how it is.
yeah,
It doesn't get flat till past Banff.
yeah. So it goes,
There's
It goes-
there's a good stretch of mountain.
yeah, mountain, and then just at that line,
Yeah.
flat, and I'm like, oh my goodness. It's like most of the mountains are on a BC side, and it goes
Yeah.
on forever. But it's like, man, the moment you do pass a certain point,
But
you're
yeah,
like,
no,
oh,
the
no
boundary
mountain.
is on the mountains. It's like that's clear misrepresentation because it doesn't go to the mountains to flat. Like
Yeah,
it's a gradual progression.
Right,
And then
yeah.
it's flat.
it's like an
And
elevation
then you hit
change.
Saskatchewan, and it's just you can see Manitoba.
That's funny.
From the Saskatchewan Alberta border, you can see Manitoba
Hmm. Man,
on a good clear day, anyway.
yeah,
But no, it's
that's funny, kind of funny. I
yeah.
thought it was kind of funny. It's like, man,
Yeah,
there's
I've driven-
nothing else
Look at
going
it.
on over here.
Take a look at downtown Calgary compared to downtown Vancouver. It's like night and day.
Yeah,
You know, Vancouver's a hell
I've seen
of a
the
lot
picture.
nicer.
I've seen the pictures. I've passed through downtown a couple times, and
Yeah,
it's not. I'm not
like,
really
yeah,
impressed.
There's a sketchy part of downtown here, but even that looks nicer than just regular downtown Calgary.
Hmm.
You know, like I went to the school. What was it, Thursday, for class,
Here?
and then I
Yeah.
ended up wandering the neighborhood after school just to kind of see what was around.
Mm.
Yeah, I didn't know about East Hastings.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I got out there and I'm like, what the? It's like a crackhead flea market. I've never seen anything like that. You know,
You guys don't
It
have
was
that
cool.
in on your side of the your side of
Sketched out.
Canada?
Know these people,
Yeah,
like
lots.
don't know what to expect.
Yeah,
You know, unfamiliar territory. You know.
yeah. People get shocked, man, when they go on that side. You're like, whoa, I didn't know.
Yeah, it was
This
like a
was-
sudden switch too. Like it was like West Hastings was nice, and then you got to East Hastings. It was like, holy shit,
Mm.
what just happened?
Yeah, it's pretty extreme.
Yeah. But yeah, even that, like some parts of downtown Calgary, like right on the whole downtown Calgary is just kind of a hole. And then the vacancy rate's gone stupid high because of the recession, and you know, so
Yeah.
they're at the point that they're charging all kinds of extra taxes on the properties in the rest of the city. They're raising business taxes and property taxes because the downtown core is basically vacant. It's something around 50% or 60% vacancy. You know, I
Wow.
can't remember if it's gone down or if it's actually gotten even higher. But at one point, I believe it was around 60% vacancy in downtown Calgary, which is insane.
That's huge. Yeah.
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 So yeah, like the city had to make up that revenue somehow, you know, and instead of fucking cutting the waste, they you know, they decided they're taxing everybody else out the wazoo. So yeah, you're buying $1 million homes in Calgary that nobody wants because there's nothing to do in Calgary anymore. All the businesses are leaving. So it's really kind of a messed up situation all around.
Dang, that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you're like you know, a nurse or something, I think that they still have money, you know, just, you know, taking care of like people, but
yeah, but not as much as you'd think.
Yeah.
You know, they don't make enough. They're some of the highest paid in the country in Alberta.
Yeah.
But then they also have a lot of the worst crap to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, I don't know. I'm just glad to be out of there. You know, I'll take the higher cost of living and
better lifestyle.
Yeah.
Less, more interesting kind of city life.
Yeah, like I love city life, but Calgary was not the right city.
A lot of the guys are moving on this side.
Imagination, but I want, you know, some semblance of natural environment around me.
Yeah.
You know, which has been great here. Like it's been great for my mental health.
Yeah.
So.
Hey Mike, I live in Forest Lawn right now.
Oh, I was up in Marlborough, so I wasn't even really all that far from you. I should have stayed another semester. We could have hung out.
I work in Foothills, and we got studios in Inglewood, and
Inglewood's a nice neighborhood. It's older neighborhood.
High River.
High River. That's not even part of Calgary, but yeah, that's
outside.
That made me laugh when we had the flood a few years back, and you know, people were all like, "We're losing all our shit." I'm like, "You're living in a place called High River. You knew this was going to happen eventually." You know, like, why are you buying a riverfront property in High River? like you knew this flood was going to happen eventually. It's just a matter of time.
That sounds like Richmond.
Yeah.
Like the water line just keeps coming up. Like now it's like above ground, and they're just sand duning like that whole dike side. That way, you know, they can get the water contained. But
yeah, but I mean, like I said, the town is called High River. There's a reason it was called High River.
Yeah.
like even with Richmond, at least it's like you move to Richmond, you're not thinking it's going to be like flooding. High River, you should expect it.
Right.
You know, like it's in the name.
Didn't catch it. Didn't catch it.
Yeah. But yeah, Nico, if you're in Inglewood there during the day, go to Spalumbo's. My cousins own the place. It's fucking delicious. You know, you might have a bit of a crowd, a bit of a wait, but it's worth it.
The first time I went around for lunch break, I found this cool dine-in or old school drive-through hamburger, hot dog, cheese dogs joint.
Whereabouts?
In Inglewood.
In Inglewood. Oh.
Yeah, what is it called? Inglewood something.
I don't know. There's a few good places like that. Avoid Peter's Drive-In. It's all name value. It's all hype and it's crap. You know, they used to be good, but they've gotten way downhill in the last 10 years. That one's off of 16th Ave, so Highway 1. Definitely not worth it. Especially when you can go a couple blocks south on Edmonton Trail from there and find Boogie's Burgers. That place is good.
I'll check that.
Yeah. And like I say, Spalumbo's, anytime you go and find Spolumbo's sausage on a menu, it's my cousin making it. You know, like it, but I recommend on, I think it's Tuesday, they do Tuesday and Thursday they do meatloaf sandwiches. That's delicious. Like I've never had a meatloaf that good.
Oh, it's called the Inglewood Drive-In. You probably know where it is.
Drive-In. I've never heard that one.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I never really got down
I
to
guess you
that
don't
area.
get around. Yeah, you don't get around much.
Yeah, I didn't get around to Inglewood all that much, but you know, when I did, it was mostly to go to Recordland.
Excuse me.
Okay, well, it's close to the Gary Theater anyway.
I don't even know what that is. I've never heard of that.
You've never been anywhere in Calgary.
Not in Inglewood, really. Inglewood was out of my way. Like I had to really plan a day around going to Inglewood because there was no real quick transit there when I was hanging out down in that area. Like I say, it takes like 45 minutes to get downtown. And I was just in Marlborough. It wasn't even that far. It takes you 10 minutes to drive there.
I have a question for Harold, though.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I don't know what happened, but my undo queue doesn't work. It says it's turned off or something.
Undo queue is turned off. How is that possible?
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
know. I can't.
So let's have a look. Go to Windows Settings Preferences in Maya.
Okay.
Okay. So now it's in here. So you get a prompt like this. What you want to do is go to the undo.
Okay.
Category on the under the settings. So undo.
Yeah.
So what do you got there? Do you have it at finite or infinite?
Well, it was off and then it's an infinite. So I put on and it's still infinite.
Okay, so you want to, this is what you want to have in your screen. You want to have undo on, Q infinite. Okay.
Yeah,
or you could do Q finite and then, you know, amount of undos, you know, set it like 200 or 150, you know, up to you, like that.
I like infinite.
Sounds good. Then you could do that and then hit save at the bottom.
Yeah, I did that.
Okay, so try, you know, doing some adjustments and then undoing. See if it'll.
Oh.
It might not fix now if you're trying to undo after you change the setting, but
yeah,
in the future it'll work fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's working great.
Nice. That's what we want to hear. So, for everybody else, like how's everybody doing with their work there? You know, with their renders and lighting and all that stuff. It's been pretty quiet the whole class. Large class, but like overly quiet, eerie quiet.
I think it's been going. I mean, for me at least, pretty decent.
Okay, that's good.
Just finished essentially setting up the objects I'm going to turn into mesh lights and got the actual area light in. So now it's just a matter of turning them on and playing with the settings.
Nice. All right. That sounds good, man. Yeah, so I don't know what everybody else is doing here, but people are pretty quiet. I hope you guys got something going. Leander says, that could depends how you say
is that a good or bad
Yeah, it's like or you know, or
it could also be
it depends.
Yeah.
Both good
or
and
it could
bad.
just be extra Canadian and like
It's actually a question. It's
a question, answer, punctuation.
Yeah. Both good, bad. Okay, so he's got some. Maybe he's playing around with some settings and he's not getting what he wanted. And then some things are working, some things are not. Nice. Setting up shaders, have some guide them. Yeah, the shader part is, not quite mandatory, but yeah, you can set up shaders, add different colors to your geometry pieces there. Fool around with some of the settings for the shaders. It's cool, man. Yeah, so with regards to today, does anyone have any questions with lighting or just lighting in general for the lighting? Nice. Yeah, I got a reference. Yeah, reference is good.
Not to do with lighting. I just want to make sure I handed in my assignment properly.
In terms of the link that you sent? Or...
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe I received it. I replied to you there. Let me find, because you have another name or alias for your email, right? Is it?
Yeah.
Let me find that. Where did it go? Yeah, so fall_Lucas texture. Yeah. So I've got the link, but as a response to your email there, make sure you create make subfolders. So you sent me a link to the lighting and texture folder, but you just threw all of the screenshots in that main folder. So make sure you just sort your files in the in subfolders.
Make it a folder in the folder.
Yeah.
Okay.
So make that make the subfolder as like assignment 1. Name it assignment 1_LucasD or something, and then put all the screenshots that you've got currently into that folder.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thanks, Lucas.
Thank you. I think I'm gonna head out now if that's all right.
Yeah, not a problem at all. So that goes for everybody else. If you got no questions, it's 5-2, and you know what to do. You may go ahead and end the class and grab dinner or something. But yeah, just don't make like 3 lights, you guys. Make a few lights so then this scene will look really good. Make sure you render with 1080p. Adjust your shaders if you have to. Adjust the intensities and light placements, direction, all that stuff. Make the scene look like your reference.
Harold, I did have one question in regards to the renders.
Yep.
What would be so I don't have a CUDA core supported graphics card, so essentially all my renders are being done on my CPU, and because of that I don't have access to the denoiser in Maya. What would your recommendation be to clear up noise as efficiently as possible without because I know I can increase the samples on my lights and my HDRI as well as increase the quality within the actual samples of the render settings, but in your expertise, what's the best way to go about that
without the denoiser?
Yeah.
That's tough, man. The answer is, if you want to denoise and not in Arnold, you have to do it somewhere else. So that's the quickest way to answer that question.
Okay. I do have a laptop that's got a 3060 in it, so I could always just import my scene to there and just render it there.
You could do that too. That wasn't the answer I was going for, because I wouldn't expect that you would have that extra laptop. But for, nobody really knows the denoiser yet. But guys, the idea with denoiser is once you render a scene and you'll usually get some grainy spots. We call them fireflies. And a denoiser will allow you to get rid of those fireflies, those noisy spots, the grain, so to speak. And you're able to have a smoother, render, as a result. Now, you're not quite you know, what was your name again? Who was asking? Was it Cody?
As Cody.
Cody,
Yeah.
yeah. So what Cody was saying was, you know, he was trying to turn on this denoiser, but he just doesn't have that option because of his graphics card. So there are third-party denoiser applications out there. If you're, you know, if you want to do that, you could do that as well. You can sort of denoise in Photoshop, sort of. So you can try that as well if you have Photoshop. If you have another laptop with a different graphics card, you can denoise via that way. If you want to denoise, you can. You don't have to denoise. So the quickest answer for you there is you don't have to denoise. If you want to denoise, then okay. But if you are having difficulties with denoising in your current, you know, with your current graphics card, then I wouldn't worry about it too much. But I would go, honestly, I would go with denoising with another program. If the case is your computer cannot handle it at all. If your computer can handle it, I would just increase my render samples and just get rid of the noise that way. That's a terrible advice. That's always the answer, right? Do it in comp, you know, or increase the samples, you know, in your lights, not necessarily in your render settings, but in your lights.
Okay.
So, right? It's not really an answer, because there are ways to get rid of the noise. It's just, you know, which one do you want to go with? And it wouldn't be necessarily through that, you know, if you didn't have the denoise at all in your Maya. So
No, I think that's fair, and I appreciate the added information there, Harold.
yeah, no worries there, Cody.
Cool.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take off for the night then, if that's cool.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool for everybody else. So if you want to take off, it's all good. I'm gonna end the recording as well, so you guys can enjoy the rest of the night. All right. So anyway, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm gonna send the emails or whatever to everybody. Probably tomorrow because I gotta go chat with my wife. But have a good night, everyone, and thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Thanks. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So that goes with everybody else who is watching online. So make sure you prepare the assignment for next week, and we'll see you later.